How to build a side hustle from scratch. Hello and welcome. You're here because you feel it, don't you? That little whisper that says there has to be something more creativity, more control, more financial freedom. You have a good job, maybe a great one, but the 9 to 5 pays the bills. It does not always feed your soul. This is not another book about getting rich quick or quitting your job tomorrow. This is a practical step-by-step guide for the year 2026 and beyond. It is for you, the graphic designer, the accountant, the school teacher, the project manager who has a skill, a passion, or just a deep curiosity and wants to turn it into a meaningful, profitable side hustle from scratch. We are going to cut through the noise. No boring business school jargon, just simple, actionable steps to take you from a vague idea to your first paying customer. We will cover finding your idea, building a simple brand, using modern tools, including artificial intelligence, and most importantly, how to do it all without burning out. This is your roadmap. Let us begin. Before we dive in, I have a simple question for you, and I would love for you to share your answer in the comments section. What is one skill you have, big or small, that a friend or family member has asked you for help with? It could be anything: organizing a closet, fixing a resume, taking a good photo, or even just explaining a complicated movie plot. Think about it for a moment and share it below. Your answer might be the very first clue to your new beginning. Chapter 1. The New Mindset. From Consumer to Creator. Welcome to the true beginning of our journey together. Before we talk about ideas or websites or marketing, we have to start with the most important and most powerful tool you will ever have in this entire process: your own mind. You can have the best business idea in the world, access to all the latest technology, and all the time you could ever need. But if your mindset is not calibrated for this journey, you will inevitably find a way to sabotage yourself. You will get stuck in planning, you will be paralyzed by fear, and you will give up when you hit the first inevitable roadblock. This chapter is your foundation. We are going to pour the concrete for the skyscraper you are about to build. We are going to rewire the way you see yourself and your place in the world. We are going to shift you, slowly but surely, from someone who primarily consumes what others create to someone who creates value for others. This is the most profound shift you can make, and it is the secret ingredient that separates those who dream from those who build. Let us start with the first and most significant barrier that stands in your way. It is a quiet, invisible gatekeeper that tells you to wait. It whispers that you are not ready yet. This is the gatekeeper of permission. So let us talk about the permission slip you never knew you needed. Think about your life up until this point. From a very young age, we are trained to operate within systems that require permission. In school, you had to raise your hand to speak. You needed a hall pass to walk the corridor. You needed a diploma to be considered educated. At work, you need your manager's approval for a project. You need the finance department's sign-off for a budget. You need a formal promotion to take on more responsibility. This system of seeking external validation is so deeply ingrained in us that we apply it even to our own dreams. We find ourselves unconsciously waiting for someone or something to give us the green light. We wait for a spouse to say, "Yes, that sounds like a wonderful idea, you should absolutely do it." We wait for a friend to validate our passion. We wait for some imaginary certificate of expertise to arrive in the mail. We wait for the economy to be perfect. We wait until the kids are a little older. We wait until we have saved just a little more money. This waiting is a trap. It is a comfortable, reasonable, logical-looking trap, but it is a trap nonetheless. Let me tell you about a man we will call David. David was an incredibly talented accountant, a wizard with spreadsheets and financial models. For years, his friends, who were small business owners and freelancers, would come to him for advice. "David, can you just look at my books? I'm so confused. David, how do I set up my quarterly taxes?" He would generously help them, spending hours on a Saturday afternoon making sense of their financial chaos. And every time his friends would say, "You are amazing at this. You should charge for this service." David would just laugh it off. In his mind, he was an accountant at a large firm. That was his identity. To be a consultant for small businesses felt like a different world, a world he did not have a ticket for. He thought he needed a fancier website, a registered business name, a formal course on consulting, and maybe even an expensive suit. He was waiting for the world to officially knight him as Sir David, the small business consultant. He was waiting for permission. This went on for 5 years. 5 years of giving away his most valuable skill for free, all while dreaming of having more control over his income. The truth is, the only permission David ever needed was his own. You do not need a new degree. You do not need your boss's blessing. You do not need your skeptical brother-in-law to finally understand your vision. You are an adult. You are the chief executive officer of your own life. It is time to act like it. The most liberating and terrifying realization on this journey is that no one is coming. No one is going to knock on your door and hand you a gilded invitation to start your side hustle. You have to write the invitation yourself. So right now we are going to do something that might feel a little silly, but is profoundly important. I want you to take out a piece of paper and a pen, or open a new document on your computer. At the top, I want you to write these words: my official permission slip. Underneath that, I want you to write this, and I want you to fill in the blanks with your own name and your own dream. I, your name, hereby grant myself full and unconditional permission to pursue my idea of whatever your idea is, even if it is just a vague notion right now. I have permission to be a beginner. I have permission to make mistakes. I have permission to learn as I go. I have permission to be awkward and imperfect. I have permission to create something that is not for everyone. I have permission to put myself out there, even if I am scared. I have permission to fail, and I have permission to try again. I have permission to succeed beyond my wildest dreams. And at the bottom, I want you to sign your name and date it. This is your Declaration of Independence. This is your personal emancipation proclamation. Put this piece of paper somewhere you will see it every day. Tape it to your bathroom mirror. Make it your computer wallpaper. Let it be a constant reminder that the only approval you need is your own. The gatekeeper was you all along, and you just handed yourself the key. From this moment forward, every time that little voice of doubt whispers, "Are you sure you can do this? Who are you to try this?" you can look at your permission slip and say, "I already have all the permission I need." Now that you have given yourself permission to start, let us dismantle the next great lie, the one that is probably screaming in your head right now. It is the insidious, confidence-shattering myth of the expert. It sounds something like this: "But I am not an expert." You look at the people who are already successful in the field you are considering, the ones with huge followings, published books, and years of experience, and you think to yourself, "I cannot compete with them. I do not know enough. Who would ever listen to me when they could listen to the guru?" This single thought has killed more brilliant side hustles than any economic downturn or market competition ever could. It is a dream killer, plain and simple. So let us expose it for the fraud that it is. The world has sold us a very specific and very unhelpful image of what an expert is. We picture a university professor with multiple doctorates, a keynote speaker on a TED stage, or an author with a New York Times bestseller. We believe that to be an expert, you must know everything there is to know about a subject. You must have an answer for every question and a solution for every problem. This is a myth. It is an impossible standard that serves only to keep you on the sidelines. The truth about expertise is far more accessible and far more human. You do not need to be the world's foremost authority on a topic to provide immense value. You just need to be 1 or 2 steps ahead of the people you want to help. Think of it like this. Imagine you are learning to climb a giant mountain. At the very peak is the world-renowned mountaineer who has been to the summit 100 times. Down at the base camp are the absolute beginners who do not even know how to tie their own ropes. You are not the master at the peak, but you are not at base camp either. You have successfully navigated the first few tricky sections of the trail. You have figured out where the loose rocks are, how to cross the first glacial stream, and which path to take to avoid the steepest incline. From your vantage point, just a little way up the mountain, you are in the perfect position to turn around and help the people at base camp take their first few steps. You can tell them, "Watch out for that rock there, I almost slipped. Make sure you tie your rope this way, it is much more secure. When you get to the stream, cross over by the fallen log." To the master at the summit, your advice might seem basic, but to the person at base camp, your advice is pure gold. It is exactly what they need to hear from someone they can relate to. You are not an intimidating, untouchable guru. You are a guide just a little further along the path. This is the expert enough principle. Your journey, your struggles, and the things you have recently figured out are your greatest assets. The fact that you just learned it makes you a better teacher than the person who learned it 20 years ago and has forgotten what it feels like to be a beginner. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah worked in marketing and was exceptionally good at using a design tool called Canva to create beautiful social media graphics for her company. Her friends, who were starting their own small businesses, were constantly overwhelmed by design. They would say, "Sarah, how do you make your graphics look so professional? It takes me hours to make something that still looks ugly." Sarah wanted to start a side hustle helping them, maybe by creating templates or a short online course. But she was terrified. She would look at professional graphic designers on Instagram, people who had gone to prestigious art schools, and she felt like a complete fraud. "I did not go to art school," she told herself. "I do not know the intricacies of color theory or typography. I am not a real designer." Her imposter syndrome was so strong that she did nothing with her idea for a full year. Then one day, she was helping a friend, a baker, create a simple promotional graphic for a new cupcake. Her friend was struggling to even add text to an image. Sarah sat down with her and in 15 minutes showed her how to choose a template, change the colors to match her brand, upload her logo, and export the file. Her friend was ecstatic. "Oh my gosh, you just saved me 4 hours of frustration," she exclaimed. In that moment, Sarah had a profound realization. She was not teaching advanced graphic design theory to art directors. She was teaching a frustrated baker how to save 4 hours of her life by using a simple tool. She was not the guru at the summit. She was just a few steps up the mountain, helping her friend navigate the first tricky part of the trail. That realization changed everything. She started her side hustle the next week, positioning herself not as a world-class designer, but as a friendly guide who helps busy entrepreneurs create good enough graphics quickly. She was an expert enough. So, how do you start to see yourself this way? We are going to conduct a simple exercise called the knowledge inventory. Just like you did with your permission slip, take out a piece of paper or open a new document. Create 3 columns. The first column is titled Professional Skills. In this column, list the things you are paid to do in your day job. It could be project management, writing code, nursing, teaching history, anything. Do not just write your job title. Break it down into specific skills. A project manager might write, creating timelines, managing budgets, communicating with stakeholders, and resolving conflicts. The second column is titled Hobby Skills. This is where you list the things you are good at outside of work, the things you do for fun. Are you great at baking sourdough bread? Do you know how to plan a multi-week international trip on a budget? Are you skilled at video games? Can you grow tomatoes in a small apartment? Can you organize a messy garage? Do you know how to knit a sweater? Write down everything you can think of, no matter how small or silly it seems. The third column is titled Solved Problems. In this column, I want you to list problems you have recently solved for yourself or for others. Did you successfully sleep train your baby? Did you research and buy the perfect laptop for your needs? Did you figure out a workout routine you could actually stick to? Did you help a friend write a compelling dating profile? These are all forms of expertise. Now look at your 3 lists. I guarantee you that you have dozens of skills and experiences that other people are struggling with right now. You have knowledge that someone else would happily pay for, either to save them time, save them money, or help them achieve a desired result. You are already an expert in so many ways. You just needed a new way to see it. So, kill the myth of the expert. Embrace the power of being the guide who is just one step ahead. Your experience is valid. Your knowledge is valuable. You know enough to start. You have given yourself permission. You have started to believe that you are expert enough. But now you face the most practical and persistent obstacle of all: time. I can hear you thinking it right now. This all sounds great, but I work a full-time job. I have a family, I have chores. I am exhausted by the end of the day. When am I possibly going to find the time to build a side hustle? This is the #1 reason people give for not pursuing their dreams. It feels like an insurmountable wall. But what if I told you that the most successful people in the world are not necessarily the ones with the most time? but the ones who are most intentional with the time they have. What if I told you that a small, consistent investment of your time can lead to extraordinary results? This brings us to a powerful concept known as the 5-hour rule. The idea is simple yet profound. It is the practice of dedicating 5 hours a week, which breaks down to just 1 hour each weekday, to deliberate learning and practice in a chosen area. This principle has been famously adopted by some of the most successful leaders and innovators of our time, from Bill Gates and Warren Buffett to Elon Musk and Oprah Winfrey. They understand that in a rapidly changing world, the single greatest investment you can make is in your own knowledge and skills. Let's be very clear about what this hour entails. This is not about passive consumption. It is not an hour spent scrolling through social media, watching random YouTube videos, or even just reading a book without a purpose. It is an hour of focused, deliberate effort. It can be broken down into 3 activities. 1. Learning. This is the act of acquiring new knowledge. It could be reading a book about copywriting, taking an online course on video editing, or watching a tutorial on how to use a new piece of software. 2. Practicing. This is the act of applying what you have learned. It is writing a blog post, even if you do not publish it. It is practicing your design skills in Canva. It is recording a short podcast episode on your phone. It is the hands-on work of honing your craft. 3. Reflecting. This is the act of thinking about what you have learned and done. It is keeping a journal of your progress. It is asking yourself what worked, what did not, and what you will do differently next time. This is where the deepest learning occurs. 1 hour a day, it sounds so small, so insignificant, but let's do the math. 1 hour a day for 5 days a week is 5 hours. Over a month, that is 20 hours. Over a year, that is over 250 hours. 250 hours of focused, dedicated effort. That is the equivalent of 6 full-time work weeks. That is the equivalent of multiple college semesters worth of study. The power of the 5-hour rule is not in the daily effort, but in the compounding effect over time. Just as small regular deposits into a savings account grow into a fortune through compound interest, small regular deposits of time and effort into your skills grow into mastery. So the question is not whether you have the time. The question is how you can find and protect that one precious hour each day. The first step is to conduct a ruthless time audit. For the next 3 days, I want you to be brutally honest with yourself about where your time is going. You can use a notebook or a notes app on your phone. From the moment you wake up to the moment you go to sleep, track your activities in 30-minute blocks. What are you actually doing? The results will likely shock you. You will discover the time thieves that are stealing your dream from you, minute by minute. That 20 minutes you spent scrolling through Instagram before getting out of bed. That 45-minute YouTube rabbit hole you went down after dinner. That hour-long show you watched on Netflix that you did not even really enjoy. When you add it all up, most people find that they are losing 2, 3, or even 4 hours a day to low-value, passive activities. We are not looking to eliminate all of your leisure time. That would lead to burnout. We are simply looking to reclaim 1 single hour. Just 1. Once you have identified where you can reclaim that hour, the next step is to schedule it and protect it with your life. You must treat this 1-hour appointment with yourself as seriously as you would treat a meeting with your most important client or your CEO. Put it in your calendar, set an alarm for it, tell your family about it. From 7:30 to 8:30 every evening, that is my focus time. Please do not interrupt me unless the house is on fire. Maybe you become a morning person and wake up an hour earlier than everyone else. The house is quiet, the world is still. That is your golden hour. Maybe it is during your lunch break. Instead of eating at your desk while scrolling the news, you take your lunch to a quiet park or an empty conference room and dedicate that time to learning and building. Maybe it is in the evening after the kids have gone to bed. The key is to make it a non-negotiable ritual. It is not something you do if you have time. It is something you do, period. This one simple habit, the 5-hour rule, will change the entire trajectory of your journey. While others are passively consuming, you will be actively creating. While others are standing still, you will be compounding your knowledge and skills day after day. You do have the time. You just need to decide that your dream is more important than the distractions. Now we arrive at the final and perhaps most difficult piece of the mindset puzzle for this chapter. We have given ourselves permission. We have embraced the idea of being expert enough. We have carved out the time to do the work. But as you stand on the precipice of actually doing something, of putting something out into the world, a new monster appears. This monster is called perfectionism. Perfectionism is the enemy of progress, dressed up in a fancy suit and pretending to be your friend. It whispers sensible things in your ear. Let us just do a little more research first. The website is not quite right yet. We should tweak the colors again. I should really read one more book on the topic before I write my first article. I will launch my service as soon as I have the perfect business plan. This is a lie. Perfectionism is not about maintaining high standards. It is about fear. It is the fear of being judged, the fear of being criticized, the fear that if you put something out into the world and it is not flawless, people will think you are a failure or a fraud. And so, to protect yourself from that potential pain, you do nothing. You stay in the safe, comfortable, and endlessly unproductive loop of planning, researching, and tweaking. This is called analysis paralysis, and it is the graveyard where brilliant ideas go to die. We must adopt a new mantra, a new philosophy that will guide our actions from this day forward. The mantra is this: done is better than perfect. Let me say that again, because it is so important. Done is better than perfect. Your first attempt at anything is not supposed to be your magnum opus. Your first blog post will probably be a little clunky. Your first video will have awkward edits. Your first product will have flaws. Your first client interaction will not be perfectly smooth. That is not just okay. It is necessary. It is part of the process. You cannot learn how to ride a bike by reading a book about bicycle physics. You have to get on the wobbly bike, fall down a few times, scrape your knees, and get back on. Action is the greatest teacher there is. You will learn more from launching one imperfect thing and getting real-world feedback than you will from spending 6 months in a cave trying to craft the perfect plan. Let's go back to our friend David, the accountant. Imagine two versions of his story. In version 1, the one crippled by perfectionism, David spends an entire year planning his consulting business. He spends thousands of dollars on a custom website with a fancy logo. He writes a 50-page business plan detailing his financial projections for the next 10 years. He creates elaborate service packages with complicated pricing tiers. After 12 long months of preparation, he finally launches. He sends out a beautiful email to everyone he knows announcing his new venture, and then crickets. No one signs up. He is devastated. He has invested so much time, money, and emotional energy into this perfect launch, and it failed. He concludes that his idea was terrible and gives up. Now let's imagine version 2, the one guided by imperfect action. In this version, David decides to launch something in 2 weeks. He does not build a website. He creates a simple one-page PDF document. On it, he writes, "Small Business Financial Clarity Package. For a flat fee, I will spend 3 hours reviewing your books, cleaning up your records, and giving you a simple one-page action plan to manage your finances for the rest of the year." He does not have a fancy logo. He just puts his name and phone number at the top. He then personally emails 5 of his friends who he has helped in the past and says, "Hey, I'm thinking of turning this into a real service. As a starting offer, I am charging a very low introductory price. Are you interested?" 3 of them immediately say yes. He works with them. He learns that his one-page action plan is helpful, but what they really want is a monthly check-in call. He learns that his price is way too low. He learns that his ideal client is not just any small business, but specifically creative freelancers. With that real-world feedback from real paying customers, he then starts to build. He creates a simple website using a cheap template. He adjusts his service offering based on what people actually want. He is not guessing anymore. He is building his business based on proven demand. This is the power of embracing imperfect action. You launch ugly, but you launch now. To help you break free from the trap of perfectionism, I want to challenge you to undertake a 2-week sprint. Whatever your side hustle idea is, I want you to launch the smallest possible version of it in the next 14 days. The goal is not to make $1 million. The goal is simply to ship something, to put an offer out into the world and see what happens. If your idea is to be a freelance writer, your goal for the next 2 weeks is to get your first paid article, even if it is just for $50. If your idea is to sell handmade crafts, your goal is to make one item and list it for sale on a platform like Etsy. If your idea is to be a coach, your goal is to offer a single low-cost introductory session to 3 people. Break it down. What do you need to do on day 1? Just write down your simple offer. What do you need to do on day 2? Tell one person about it. Keep the steps so small that they feel almost laughably easy. This process will do 2 things. First, it will prove to you that you can in fact take action and create something from nothing. Second, and more importantly, it will provide you with the most valuable commodity in the world: feedback. You will learn what resonates with people and what does not. You will learn what you enjoy doing and what you do not. This feedback is the fuel that will guide your next steps. So embrace the mess. Welcome the imperfections. Your goal right in this moment is not to build a masterpiece. Your goal is to get in the game. You can refine and polish later. For now, done is better than perfect. We have covered a lot of ground in this chapter, and it has all been about the internal work. We have given ourselves permission, dismantled the expert myth, found the time, and committed to imperfect action. All of these pieces come together to create one final, overarching transformation. This is the ultimate mindset shift, the one that, once you make it, will change not only your side hustle but the way you experience your entire life. It is the shift from being a consumer to being a creator. For most of our lives, we are positioned as consumers. We consume food, we consume entertainment, we consume news, we consume products, we consume social media content. We are at the end of the chain, the passive recipients of things that other people have produced. There is nothing inherently wrong with this, but it places you in a position of powerlessness. You are dependent on others for your solutions, your entertainment, and your inspiration. A creator, on the other hand, operates from a position of agency. A creator sees the world not just as a set of things to be consumed, but as a set of problems to be solved and opportunities to be seized. When a consumer encounters a problem, their first instinct is to complain or to look for someone else's product to fix it. When their kitchen is disorganized, they go to the store and buy more plastic containers. When a creator encounters a disorganized kitchen, they might still buy the containers, but a part of their brain also thinks, I bet I could design a better system for this. I wonder if other people have this problem. Could I create a guide or a template for organizing a kitchen in one weekend? When a consumer watches a television show, they simply enjoy it or criticize it. When a creator watches a television show, they analyze it. They think, why was that storytelling so effective? How did they build that suspense? What can I learn from this structure that I can apply to my own writing or my own YouTube videos? This is a fundamental shift in your default mode of thinking. You are no longer just a spectator in the game of life. You are an active player, constantly looking for ways to add value, to build, to contribute. To cultivate this mindset, I want you to start a practice I call the Creator's Journal. Every single day for just 5 minutes, I want you to open a notebook and answer 3 simple prompts. Prompt 1. What is one small problem I encountered or observed today? It could be anything. It was hard to find a healthy lunch option near my office. My new software at work has a really confusing interface. My friend was complaining that she can never think of what to cook for dinner. Just notice the friction points in the world around you. Prompt 2. What is one thing I consumed today, and how could it have been better? Maybe you read a blog post that was poorly organized. Maybe you listened to a podcast with bad audio quality. Maybe you used a product that was frustrating. This is not about being negative. It is about training your brain to see opportunities for improvement everywhere. Prompt 3. What is one small thing I created today? This is the most important one. Creation does not have to be a monumental act. It can be incredibly small. Maybe you wrote one paragraph of a potential article. Maybe you sketched out an idea for a logo. Maybe you came up with a clever title for your future YouTube channel. Maybe you simply wrote a thoughtful, valuable comment on someone else's post. The act of creation, no matter how small, sends a powerful signal to your brain. It says, I am not just a consumer. I am a builder. I am a contributor. I am a creator. This shift will not happen overnight. It is a muscle that you must build through daily practice. But as you do, you will start to see the world through a new lens. You will see business ideas everywhere. You will see opportunities for collaboration. You will feel a new sense of power and control over your own life, because you will realize that you do not have to wait for the world to give you what you want. You have the ability to create it for yourself. This is the foundation. This new mindset, the mindset of a creator, is the solid ground upon which you will build your entire side hustle. You have done the hard internal work. You are ready. In the next chapter, we will take this new mindset and put it to work. We are going to go into the idea factory and find the perfect side hustle that is waiting for you. You have laid the foundation. Now, let us find the blueprints. Chapter 2. The Idea Factory. Finding a side hustle that actually fits you. In the last chapter, we did the most important work of all. We cleared the ground. We took on the internal giants of self-doubt, the myth of the expert, the tyranny of no time, and the seductive trap of perfectionism. We did the mental heavy lifting required to pour a solid foundation. You have given yourself permission. You are ready to shift from a consumer to a creator. And now you stand on that solid foundation, looking out at a vast open field of possibility. And one terrifyingly large question looms over you. What is my idea? This question can feel both exhilarating and paralyzing. It is the blank page, the empty canvas, the uncarved block of marble. The sheer number of options can be overwhelming. Should you start a podcast? Should you sell handmade candles? Should you learn to code and freelance? Should you become a coach? The endless scroll of social media feeds us a constant diet of other people's success stories, each one a potential path, until we are so flooded with options that we choose none of them. We get stuck. We tell ourselves we need to find the one perfect magical idea that is guaranteed to succeed before we can even begin. This chapter is your guide through that overwhelming field of possibility. We are going to build your idea factory. This is not a place where we sit around and wait for a lightning bolt of inspiration to strike. That is a myth. Great ideas are not found. They are built. They are assembled piece by piece from the raw materials of your own life. We are going to give you a systematic process, a set of tools and frameworks to help you generate, identify, and refine a side hustle idea that is not just potentially profitable, but is uniquely and authentically suited to you. An idea that fits you like a glove is one you will actually stick with when things get tough. An idea that you are genuinely excited about is one that will not feel like a second job, but like a form of play. We are going to move beyond vague passions and into the practical specifics of what makes a great side hustle in the year 2026. Forget about finding the perfect idea. Today, our mission is to build a good one that is good enough to start. So roll up your sleeves, put on your hard hat, and let us step inside the factory. The assembly line is waiting. Our first stop in the factory is at the main assembly station, the place where the core components of a sustainable side hustle come together. This is a framework I call the passion, skill, and market triangle. Imagine an equilateral triangle. Each point represents one of these three crucial elements. For an idea to be strong, stable, and capable of supporting your ambitions, it needs to be located right in the center of that triangle, drawing strength from all 3 points equally. If your idea is missing even one of these components, the entire structure becomes wobbly and is likely to collapse under the slightest pressure. Let us break down what happens when you ignore one of these pillars. First, imagine you have an idea that combines your passion and your skills, but there is no market for it. For example, you are passionate about collecting and cataloging rare 19th century buttons, and you are incredibly skilled at it. You could spend all your weekends happily organizing your collection and writing about it. This is a wonderful hobby. It brings you joy and fulfillment. But if no one else on the planet is willing to pay you for your button cataloging services or your detailed ebook on the history of the waistcoat button, then it is not a side hustle. It is a passion project, and that is perfectly fine, but it will not generate income. A side hustle without a market is just a hobby. Now let us consider the second scenario. You have an idea that aligns with your skills and has a clear market, but you have absolutely no passion for it. Let us say you are a skilled accountant, as we discussed in the last chapter, and you know there is a huge market of small businesses that need bookkeeping services. You could easily start a side hustle doing their books every evening. You would make good money. But what if you secretly hate bookkeeping? What if staring at spreadsheets after a full day of staring at spreadsheets feels like a prison sentence? You might be able to force yourself to do it for a few months, driven by the financial reward. But eventually, the dread will set in. You will start procrastinating. You will resent the clients. You will burn out. This is the fastest way to turn a side hustle into a second, soul-crushing job that you despise even more than your first one. A side hustle without passion is just a chore, and you will eventually quit. Finally, consider the third failed combination. You have a passion and you have found a market, but you lack the skill. Perhaps you are incredibly passionate about helping people live healthier lives, and you know there is a massive market for fitness coaching. So you declare yourself a fitness coach, but you have no real knowledge of exercise science, nutrition, or anatomy. Your advice is generic and potentially even dangerous. Your clients do not get results, they get frustrated, and they leave. Your reputation suffers, and your business fizzles out. You had the heart and you saw the opportunity, but you did not have the competence to deliver the promised value. A side hustle without skill is a recipe for frustration and failure. The magic, the sweet spot, the place where sustainable and joyful side hustles are born, is right in the middle of that triangle. It is the intersection of something you love doing, something you are good at, and something that a specific group of people are willing to pay for. Our job now is to explore each of these 3 points in detail, not as abstract concepts, but as a practical excavation of your own life and experiences. Let us start with the most misunderstood point of the triangle: passion. The advice to follow your passion has been so overused that it has become almost meaningless. For many of us, it conjures up an immense amount of pressure. We think we need to have one single, noble, all-consuming passion, like finding a cure for a disease or composing a symphony. And if we do not have that, we feel lost. I want to offer you a new, more practical, and more useful definition of passion in the context of a side hustle. Forget passion for a moment, and let us talk about curiosity. What are you genuinely, insatiably curious about? Curiosity is a much lower pressure and more honest starting point. It is the gentle pull, not the dramatic push. It is the thing you find yourself learning about for no other reason than the sheer joy of knowing. It is the YouTube rabbit hole you fall down at 11 at night. It is the section of the bookstore you always find yourself drifting towards. It is the topic that makes your friends' eyes glaze over because you can talk about it for hours. This deep, abiding curiosity is the seed of a sustainable passion. It is the fuel that will keep you going when the initial excitement wears off and the real work begins. To help you uncover these areas of deep curiosity, we are going to perform an exercise called the Curiosity Audit. I want you to open a new document or take out a fresh sheet of paper. We are going to spend the next 20 minutes brainstorming, with no judgment. The goal is to get as many ideas out as possible, no matter how small or strange they seem. I am going to give you a series of prompts. For each prompt, I want you to write down everything that comes to mind as quickly as you can. Do not overthink it. Do not filter yourself, just write. Prompt 1, the bookstore test. If you were given a $100 gift card to a bookstore and you had to spend it all in 1 hour, where would you go first? What section would you run to? Would it be cooking, history, science fiction, business, personal finance, self-help, art, travel? Write down the top 3 to 5 sections that call to you. Prompt 2, the magazine rack. You are in an airport and you are going to buy 3 magazines for a long flight. What do you choose? Are you grabbing a magazine about home decor, a tech gadget review magazine, or one about wilderness survival? Be specific. Prompt 3, the YouTube University. Open your YouTube subscription list right now. What are the themes of the channels you voluntarily subscribe to? Is it a collection of video essayists, woodworking tutorials, financial news channels, or makeup artists? What have you been watching for fun lately? List the topics. Prompt 4, the podcast playlist. Look at the podcasts you are subscribed to. What are they about? Are you listening to true crime stories, Interviews with entrepreneurs, guided meditations, or comedy shows. The things you choose to put in your ears during your commute or while you do the dishes are a powerful clue. Prompt 5. The Saturday question. It is Saturday morning. You have absolutely no obligations, no work, no chores, no family commitments. You have the entire day to yourself. What do you do? After you have had your coffee and relaxed, what activity do you joyfully choose to engage in? Do you go for a long hike in the woods? Do you spend the afternoon baking a complex cake? Do you fire up your computer and play a strategy game? Do you sit down and write? Do you reorganize your entire closet for fun? This reveals what you consider to be play. Prompt 6. The Can I Pick Your Brain question. What do your friends and family consistently ask you for help with? Are you the person everyone calls for tech support? Are you the go-to for travel recommendations? Do you get texts from people asking for relationship advice? Are you the one who helps everyone write their resumes? The problems people bring to you are a sign of your perceived expertise and often align with your natural interests. Now take a look at your list. You should have a jumble of different topics and activities. Start to look for patterns. Do the words design, organization, and aesthetics appear multiple times? Does the theme of personal finance, investing, and budgeting show up in your YouTube and podcast lists? Is there a clear pattern around health, fitness, and nutrition? These recurring themes are your areas of high curiosity. These are the engines that can power your side hustle. This is your passion redefined. It is not some mythical calling from the heavens. It is the practical, observable, and consistent pull of your own genuine interest. Circle the top 3 themes that emerge from your audit. These are the first component of your triangle. Now that we have a handle on your passions and curiosities, let us move to the second point of the triangle, skill. As we discussed in the last chapter, you are already an expert in many things. You have a unique collection of abilities and knowledge that you have accumulated over your entire life. The key now is to identify and categorize these skills so we can see how they might connect with your passions and with the needs of the market. We are going to expand on the knowledge inventory from Chapter 1 and create something I call a skill stack. The concept of a skill stack was popularized by Scott Adams, the creator of the Dilbert comic strip. He argued that it is very difficult to become the absolute best in the world at one single thing, but it is much easier to become very good, say in the top 10%, at 2 or 3 different things. When you combine those skills, you create a unique combination that makes you rare and valuable. For example, Scott Adams admits he is not the world's best artist, nor is he the world's funniest comedian, but he is a pretty good artist and a pretty funny guy who also has a deep understanding of corporate office culture. That specific stack of skills made him one of the most successful cartoonists in the world. Your unique skill stack is your competitive advantage. Let us start building yours. We will categorize your skills into 3 main types. The first category is hard skills. These are the technical, teachable, and measurable abilities you possess. They are things like writing computer code, speaking a foreign language, graphic design using specific software, accounting, video editing, or carpentry. These are often the skills you list on your resume. Take a moment now and list all of your hard skills. Think about your current job, past jobs, education, and any certifications you have earned. Do not be modest. If you know how to do it, write it down. The second category is soft skills. These are the interpersonal and character traits that determine how you work with others. They are harder to measure, but are often more valuable than hard skills. Examples include communication, empathy, public speaking, negotiation, leadership, time management, and problem solving. Think about feedback you have received from managers, colleagues, or friends. Are you known for being incredibly organized? Are you a natural at calming down upset customers? Can you explain complex ideas in a simple, understandable way? List your top 5 soft skills. The third, and often most overlooked category, is hidden skills. These are the skills that you probably do not even recognize as skills because they come so naturally to you. They are often embedded in your hobbies or your personality. Are you an amazing gift giver with a real talent for finding the perfect, thoughtful present for any occasion? That is a skill in research and empathy. Are you the person who plans all the group vacations, coordinating flights and hotels for 10 different people? That is a high-level project management skill. Are you brilliant at decluttering and organizing spaces? Can you assemble complicated flat-pack furniture without looking at the instructions? Do you have an encyclopedic knowledge of a particular movie franchise or video game? These all count. Spend some time digging for these hidden gems and add them to your list. Now you should have a comprehensive inventory of your skills. The next step is to play with combinations. This is where the magic of the skill stack comes in. Look at your list of passions from the curiosity audit and look at your list of skills. How can you combine them in interesting ways? Let us say one of your passions is vintage fashion and one of your hard skills is photography, while a soft skill is storytelling. You could stack these to create a side hustle as a vintage fashion blogger who tells the story behind each outfit through beautiful photos. Let us try another one. Your passion is productivity. Your hard skill is knowledge of Notion software. And your hidden skill is breaking down complex projects into simple steps. You could stack these to create and sell Notion templates for project management or offer a service where you set up customized productivity systems for busy professionals. A story might help here. Consider a woman named Maya. Maya's day job was in human resources. Her hard skills included writing job descriptions and conducting interviews. One of her passions, discovered through her curiosity audit, was personal development and storytelling. She loved hearing about people's career journeys. A key soft skill she possessed was empathy. She was a fantastic listener. She stacked these skills. She did not just become another resume writer. She created a service called Career Storytelling. She would conduct a deep, empathetic interview with her clients, listen to their entire career journey, and then use her writing skills to translate that journey into a compelling resume and LinkedIn profile that told a powerful story, not just listed job duties. Her unique skill stack made her stand out in a crowded market. I want you to take your list of passions and your list of skills and spend the next 30 minutes mixing and matching. Create at least 5 potential skill stacks. For each one, write a single sentence that describes what it is. For example, I use my skill in baking, hard skill, and my passion for healthy eating, passion, combined with my organizational skills, soft skill, to create weekly healthy dessert meal plans. Or, I use my skill in video editing, hard skill, and my passion for travel, passion, combined with my storytelling ability, soft skill, to help families turn their vacation footage into memorable short films. This exercise will start to generate concrete, tangible ideas that are built from your unique DNA. You are not just picking an idea from a list, you are constructing it from the best parts of yourself. We have now defined the first 2 points of our triangle, passion and skill. We have a set of ideas that you would be both interested in and competent at. But this is where many aspiring side hustlers stop. They get so excited about their passion and skill combination that they forget to ask the most important and practical question of all. Will anyone actually pay for this? This brings us to the third and most critical point of the triangle, the market. A market is simply a group of people with a shared urgent problem or a deep desire who are actively looking for a solution and are willing and able to pay for it. Your job is not to create a market. That is incredibly difficult and expensive. Your job is to find an existing market and provide a better, more unique, or more personal solution to their problem. How do you find out if a market exists for your idea? You become a detective. You have to get out of your own head and start observing the world around you, looking for signals of pain and desire. These signals are everywhere if you know where to look. Your first and most important mission as an idea detective is to listen for complaints. Complaints are gold. They are giant, flashing neon signs that point directly to problems. When you hear people complaining, they are telling you exactly what they want, but in reverse. If your friends are constantly complaining about how they have no time to cook healthy meals, they are telling you they want a solution for quick, healthy eating. If you see people on a forum complaining about how complicated it is to set up a simple website, they are telling you they want an easy, non-technical way to get online. I want you to start keeping a complaint journal. Every day for the next week, your goal is to write down 3 to 5 complaints you hear or read. Listen to your colleagues at lunch. Pay attention to what your family members are frustrated by. And most powerfully, go online to where your potential customers are already gathered. The internet is the greatest market research tool ever invented, and you can use it for free. Let us say your idea involves helping people with home organization. Go to Reddit and find the subreddit called r-declutter or RR organization. Do not post anything, just read. Read the posts where people are asking for help. What are they struggling with specifically? Is it their paper clutter, their kids' toys, their digital files? Look at the language they use. They will say things like, "I am so overwhelmed, I do not even know where to start." Overwhelmed is a pain word. "I do not know where to start" is a cry for a step-by-step plan. These are clues. Let us say your idea is about financial coaching for young people. Go to the Our Personal Finance subreddit and look for the recurring questions. You will see the same questions asked over and over again. How do I create a budget I can actually stick to? What should I do with my first big paycheck? I have student loan debt and I feel like I am drowning. What do I do? These repeating questions are a clear signal of a market need. Another fantastic tool is Amazon. Find the best-selling books in your area of interest. For example, if you are interested in gardening, look up the top books on vegetable gardening. Now, ignore the 5-star reviews. Those are not very helpful. Instead, I want you to read the 3-star reviews. The 3-star review is from someone who bought the product and found it useful, but felt something was missing. They will write things like, "This book was great for beginners, but it did not have enough information on dealing with pests in a humid climate. That is a niche market right there. Pest control for gardeners in humid climates." Or they might say, "I loved the pictures, but I wish it had a month-by-month planting schedule." That is a product idea, a printable, region-specific planting calendar. The gaps that people identify in existing products are where your opportunity lies. As you do this research, you are also validating whether people are willing to pay. The very existence of best-selling books, popular courses, and thriving forums on a topic is proof of a market. People are already spending money and time to solve this problem. You are not entering an empty desert. You are entering a bustling marketplace. Your task is to find your own little stall in that market. A powerful way to confirm this is to look for what I call the unsexy solution. Is there a simple, boring but profitable business already serving this market? For every flashy life coach, there is a person making a great living as a tutor for a specific standardized test. For every celebrity chef, there is someone running a successful meal prep delivery service for busy families in their local town. The existence of these unsexy, practical businesses is one of the strongest indicators of a healthy, paying market. So take your top 3 ideas from your skill stacking exercise and spend a few hours investigating each one. Be a detective, listen for complaints, read the 3-star reviews, find the existing communities. If you can find clear evidence of a group of people with a recurring problem that they are already trying to solve, you have found the third and final point of your triangle. You have found a viable market. Now that you have the triangle framework, I want to deepen your thinking with a core principle that will guide everything you do from here on out. It is a simple but profound shift in perspective. Solve a problem. Do not just sell a product. This may sound like a subtle difference in wording, but it is the entire difference between a business that struggles and a business that thrives. People do not buy products. They buy solutions to their problems. They buy a transformation from a state of pain to a state of relief or desire. No one wakes up in the morning thinking, "I really want to buy a 1-hour consulting session today." They wake up thinking, "I'm so stuck in my career and I feel completely lost. I wish someone could just tell me what to do next." They are not buying your session, they are buying clarity and a path forward. No one goes online searching for a 700-page ebook. They go online searching for how to train my puppy to stop chewing on my furniture. They are not buying your book, they are buying a well-behaved puppy and a peaceful home. When you start from the perspective of selling a product, your focus is on the features. You will say, "My ebook has 20 chapters, 150 pages, and includes 5 bonus worksheets. This is all about you and what you have made." When you start from the perspective of solving a problem, your focus is on the benefits and the transformation. You will say, "This guide will help you house-train your puppy in 2 weeks, saving your expensive new sofa from destruction and restoring peace to your home." This is all about the customer and the result they will get. It speaks directly to their pain, and offers a clear, desirable solution. Framing your idea as a solution to a problem makes it instantly more compelling and easier to sell. It also helps you clarify exactly what you should create. To put this principle into action, we are going to use an exercise called the Problem Finder. I want you to choose your single favorite idea so far, the one that sits most comfortably in the center of your passion, skill, and market triangle. Now, we are going to dig deep into the problem it solves. First, identify the specific group of people you want to serve. Be as specific as possible. Small business owners is too broad. Etsy sellers who make handmade jewelry and are struggling to take good product photos with their phone is much better. Busy parents is too broad. First-time parents of toddlers who work full-time and want to cook healthy, kid-friendly meals but are exhausted is specific and powerful. Write down your specific audience. Second, I want you to brainstorm all the problems, pains, and frustrations that this specific group experiences related to your idea. Think about their internal feelings and their external circumstances. For our Etsy seller, the external problem is blurry, dark photos. The internal problem is the feeling of frustration that their beautiful jewelry looks cheap online, the fear that they will never make any sales, and the envy they feel when they see their competitors' gorgeous pictures. For our busy parents, the external problem is a lack of time and picky eaters. The internal problem is the guilt that they are feeding their kids too many processed chicken nuggets, the stress of the daily dinner battle, and the feeling that they are failing as a parent. List at least 10 problems, both internal and external. Third, for each problem you have listed, I want you to articulate the transformation you can provide. This is the after state. Frame it as a from-to statement. For the Etsy seller, from feeling frustrated and unprofessional to feeling confident and proud of your online shop, or from getting 0 clicks to attracting buyers who appreciate the quality of your work. For the busy parents, from stressful, chaotic dinners to peaceful, healthy family meals, or from feeling guilty and overwhelmed to feeling empowered and organized in the kitchen. These transformation statements are the heart of your side hustle. They are what you are really selling. Your product or service is simply the vehicle that delivers that transformation. This exercise forces you to build your business with empathy, to step into your customers' shoes and understand their world. When you can articulate their problem better than they can themselves, they will instinctively trust that you have the solution. A business built on this foundation of deep problem solving will always be more resilient and successful than one built on just a cool product idea. With your problem-solving mindset firmly in place, it is time to think about the form your side hustle will take. While there are thousands of specific ideas, most of them fall into one of 3 main starting paths. Each path has its own pros and cons, and the right one for you will depend on your skills, your goals, and how much time and money you are willing to invest up front. These paths are the service path, the product path, and the audience path. Let us explore each one so you can make an informed choice. The first, and for most people, the simplest way to start is the service path. This is a classic model where you trade your time and skills directly for money. You are a service provider. Examples include being a freelance writer, a virtual assistant, a graphic designer, a social media manager, a consultant, a coach, a personal trainer, a tutor, or even a dog walker or a home organizer. The biggest advantage of the service path is that it has an extremely low barrier to entry. You can often start with 0 financial investment. You do not need a fancy website or a complex product. Your primary asset is your brain and your skills. You can start today by simply creating a 1-page document describing your service and sending it to a few people you know. You get paid for the work you do, so you can start generating cash flow almost immediately. This is a fantastic way to validate your idea and get your first paying customers quickly. As we will discuss in the next chapter, a service business also provides an incredible learning opportunity. You get to work directly with clients, which means you get a front row seat to their biggest problems and deepest desires. This direct feedback is invaluable and can help you refine your offerings or even pivot to a product-based business later on. The main downside of a service business is that it is not inherently scalable. Your income is directly tied to the number of hours you can work. There are only so many hours in the day, so there is a natural ceiling on how much you can earn unless you raise your rate significantly or eventually hire other people. But for starting out, it is often the most practical and direct path from idea to income. The second option is the product path. This involves creating something once and selling it multiple times. Products can be divided into two main categories: physical products and digital products. Physical products are tangible items that you ship to a customer. This could include handmade goods like jewelry, pottery, or art that you sell on a platform like Etsy. It could also involve manufacturing a product, or using models like drop shipping or print on demand, where you design a product, but a third-party company handles all the production and shipping. The upside of physical products is the joy of creating something real that people can hold and use. The downside is that they often involve more complexity, such as sourcing materials, managing inventory, dealing with shipping and logistics, and handling returns. The other category, and one that is incredibly popular for side hustles, is digital products. These are infinitely scalable assets that you create once with your knowledge and skills. Examples include ebooks, online courses, printable planners, spreadsheet templates, software presets for photography, or stock music. The beauty of a digital product is that the cost to produce a second copy is zero. Whether you sell 1 copy or 10,000 copies, your creation effort is the same. This makes them highly scalable and profitable. The main challenge is that they often require a significant upfront investment of your time to create. You might spend months writing an ebook or recording an online course before you make your first dollar. You are taking a bigger risk, betting that the product you are creating is something the market will actually want once it is finished. The third and final option is the audience path, often referred to as the creator economy model. This path turns the traditional business model on its head. Instead of starting with a product and then looking for customers, you start by building an audience, and then, once you have their trust and attention, you figure out how to monetize. This involves creating and distributing valuable content for free on a consistent basis. The content could be in the form of YouTube videos, a blog, a podcast, a weekly newsletter, or entertaining short-form videos on platforms like TikTok or Instagram. You pick a niche that aligns with your passion, skill, and market triangle, and you start teaching, entertaining, or inspiring a specific group of people. The initial goal is not to sell anything. The goal is to build a community and become a trusted authority in your niche. This is undeniably the long game. It can take months or even years of consistent effort to build a meaningful audience, but it is an incredibly powerful strategy for 2026 and beyond. In a world full of noise, trust and attention are the most valuable assets a business can have. Once you have a loyal audience that knows, likes and trusts you, you have multiple ways to generate income. You can monetize through advertising revenue, brand sponsorships, affiliate marketing where you recommend other people's products, or by launching your own service or product to a built-in audience of eager buyers. This path requires patience and a genuine love for creating content, but the long-term payoff can be immense. Take some time to consider these 3 paths. Which one feels most aligned with your personality and your current situation? Are you someone who needs to see immediate financial results to stay motivated? The service path might be best for you. Are you someone who loves deep, focused projects and the idea of creating a scalable asset? The product path could be a great fit. Are you someone who loves to teach, share, and build community, and you have the patience to play the long game? The audience path might be your calling. Remember, these paths are not mutually exclusive. Many successful entrepreneurs start with a service, then use the insights they gain to create a digital product, all while building an audience with free content. The key is to choose one as your starting point, your point of entry into the world of side hustles. Finally, as we stand here in our idea factory, surrounded by exciting possibilities, we must address the big, futuristic elephant in the room: artificial intelligence. We are building a side hustle for 2026, not 2016. The landscape is changing at an astonishing pace, and it is natural to wonder, will the skill I choose be automated by a robot in 2 years? This is a valid fear, but I want to reframe it. AI is not a threat to be feared. It is a tool to be leveraged. It is the most powerful assistant you will ever have. Instead of asking which jobs AI will replace, the more useful question is, what skills become more valuable in an age of AI? This is how you future-proof your idea. The answer lies in doing the things that machines cannot do, or at least cannot do well. The first of these is deep, creative, and strategic thinking. AI is brilliant at executing well-defined tasks, but it struggles with true originality and high-level strategy. A side hustle built around strategic consulting, creative direction, or innovative problem-solving is highly defensible. The second, and perhaps most important future-proof skill, is genuine human connection and empathy. A machine can generate a workout plan, but it cannot provide the empathetic support and accountability of a great personal trainer who truly understands your struggles. An AI can write a technically correct article, but it cannot build a loyal community around a newsletter the way a writer with a unique voice and a deep connection to their readers can. Businesses built on coaching, community management, therapy, and highly personalized services are becoming more valuable, not less. They are a premium offering in a world of automated genericism. The third defensible skill is high-end, bespoke craftsmanship. In a world of mass-produced goods, items that are valuable precisely because they were made by a skilled human hand, with all its perfect imperfections, become luxury goods. Think of a master woodworker, a bespoke tailor, or a fine artist. The story and humanity behind the product are the selling points. Finally, personal branding and storytelling are more critical than ever. AI can generate 1,000 generic business names and logos, but it cannot build your personal brand. Your unique story, your values, your perspective, and the trust you build with an audience are things that cannot be automated. This is why the audience path is so powerful. By building a brand around yourself as a human being, you create an asset that is uniquely defensible. So as you finalize your idea, apply this AI-proof filter. Does your idea lean heavily into creativity, strategy, and unique problem-solving? Does it involve deep human connection and empathy? Is it built around your unique personal brand and story? If the answer to one or more of these questions is yes, then you are not just building a side hustle for today. You are building a resilient, adaptable, and future-proof business for the years to come. You have come a long way in this chapter. You have moved from the terrifying blank page to a set of well-defined, viable, and personalized ideas. You have explored your passions through the lens of curiosity. You have stacked your unique skills. You have verified that a market exists for your solution. You have reframed your idea as a solution to a painful problem. You have chosen a starting path, and you have considered how to make your idea thrive in the age of AI. You are no longer lost in the field of possibility. You are standing in front of your factory with a clear set of blueprints in your hand. Your assignment now is to finalize the selection. Review all the work you have done in this chapter and choose your top 1 to 3 potential side hustle ideas. Write them down. Be specific. For example, a service helping overwhelmed parents of young children plan and prep a week's worth of healthy school lunches, or a set of digital Canva templates for non-designers to create a professional-looking Instagram feed, or a YouTube channel focused on reviewing and recommending budget-friendly technology for college students. Get them down on paper. In the next chapter, we are going to take these blueprints and do something radical. We are going to get them off the drawing board and out into the real world. We are going to test them quickly and cheaply to see if they can survive first contact with actual customers. The planning phase is over. The action is about to begin. Chapter 3. The 7-day test. Validating your idea before you waste time. You have made it through the idea factory. You are standing here now, holding a set of blueprints for a potential side hustle that is uniquely yours, built from the intersection of your passions, your skills, and a market you believe exists. It is an exhilarating feeling. Your mind is probably racing with possibilities. You are picturing the website, imagining your first customer, maybe even dreaming of the day this little idea could change your life. This is a beautiful and necessary part of the process. But it is also the most dangerous. Right now, your idea is perfect. It lives in the pristine, sterile environment of your own mind, where it has no competition, no critics, and no flaws. And the temptation, the overwhelming urge, is to protect it, The temptation is to retreat back into the factory, lock the doors and spend the next 6 months or the next year building this perfect idea in secret. You want to craft the perfect product, design the perfect logo, and write the perfect business plan, all so you can present a flawless, impenetrable creation to the world. This is the path of the artist, the idealist, the dreamer, and it is the single most common reason why side hustles fail before they even begin. This chapter is your intervention. It is the dose of reality that will save you from months of wasted effort, thousands of dollars in squandered savings, and the soul-crushing heartbreak of building something nobody wants. We are going to kill the seductive myth of, if you build it, they will come. That is a line from a movie about a magical baseball field. It is not a business strategy. In the real world, the graveyards of the internet are littered with the ghosts of beautifully built products, services and apps that no one ever used. Their creators were passionate, talented and hard-working. They were not lazy or foolish. Their only crime was that they fell in love with their own solution before they ever truly understood the customer's problem. They built a magnificent key, only to discover that it did not fit any lock in the entire world. We are not going to let that happen to you. Over the next 7 days, we are going to get your idea out of your head and into the real world. We are going to expose it to feedback, to criticism, and to the harsh light of reality. We are going to operate not like an artist, but like a scientist. Your idea is not a masterpiece, it is a hypothesis. And a hypothesis is just a fancy word for a guess. Our job is to test that guess, quickly and cheaply, to see if it holds any water. This process is called validation, and it is the most important skill you will ever learn as an entrepreneur. It is the compass that will guide you, the guardrail that will keep you from driving off a cliff, and the foundation upon which all real sustainable businesses are built. It might feel scary. It might feel like you are risking rejection. But the truth is, the only thing you are risking is wasting your one precious life on the wrong thing. So take a deep breath. Let go of your perfect idea. It is time to see if it can survive its first contact with reality. Before we dive into the practical steps, let us talk about a true story that perfectly illustrates the danger of building in a vacuum. It is the story of a company called YOU.Test. Back in the mid-2010s, YOU.Test was the darling of Silicon Valley. The company had a visionary founder and raised an astonishing $120 million from some of the smartest investors in the world. Their product was a high-tech, Wi-Fi-connected countertop juicer. It was a beautiful machine, sleekly designed with the precision of an Apple product. It did not use real fruit, however. Customers had to buy proprietary, pre-packaged pouches of chopped fruits and vegetables directly from the company. You would place a pouch into the machine, press a button, and the machine would exert 4 tons of force, the equivalent of 2 Tesla cars, to squeeze the contents of the pouch into a glass. It was positioned as the future of healthy living, a seamless, mess-free way to get your daily juice. The problem? The entire premise was a solution in search of a problem. The creators were so enamored with their incredible technology and beautiful design that they overlooked a few fundamental questions. Do people really need a $400 machine to squeeze a bag? Is a subscription for $8 juice pouches something the average person wants or can afford? For a couple of years, the hype kept them going. But then a couple of journalists at Bloomberg discovered something embarrassing. They found that you could take one of the proprietary juice pouches and just squeeze it with your own 2 hands. The juice came out just as easily, and in some cases even faster than using the $400 machine. The story went viral. The company became a laughingstock overnight. The machine was not just unnecessary, it was completely useless. Shortly after, YOU.Test shut down, having burned through millions of dollars of investment capital. The founders were not dumb. The engineers were brilliant, but they spent years and a fortune building a product without ever stopping to ask if people actually needed or wanted their specific solution. They built it, and nobody came. This is an extreme example, but the same principle applies to your side hustle. You could spend the next 6 months building an elaborate online course with dozens of video modules and beautifully designed worksheets. You could pour your heart and soul into it, but if you launch it and discover that your target audience actually prefers a simple 1-hour live workshop or just a cheap ebook, All that effort is wasted. You built the juicero when all they wanted was to squeeze the bag with their hands. Validation is the process of figuring out what people really want before you invest your valuable time and energy. It is about testing the core assumptions behind your idea. The assumption that people have the problem you think they have, the assumption that they are aware of the problem, the assumption that they are actively trying to solve it, and the crucial assumption that they are willing to pay money for a solution. Our 7-day test is designed to check these assumptions in the fastest, most efficient way possible. So let's begin. The first concept we need to internalize is the difference between a minimum viable product, or MVP, and what I call a minimum viable offer, or MVO. You may have heard the term MVP before. It is a concept from the software development world that means building the most basic, stripped-down version of a product that still delivers the core value to a customer. It is a great idea, but for a side hustler just starting out, even building an MVP can take weeks or months. You still have to build something. The minimum viable offer, on the other hand, is much simpler and faster. The MVO is not a product. It is a promise. It is a clear, concise statement of the value you propose to deliver. It is the core of your idea, distilled down into a single sentence or a short paragraph. It is something you can create in about 15 minutes right now. It requires no code, no design, no manufacturing. It is just words, and those words are what we are going to test. The formula for a great MVO is simple. It has 3 parts. It clearly states who you help, what outcome you help them achieve, and what your solution is. It looks like this. I help a specific audience achieve a desirable outcome by providing my product or service. Let us break that down with some examples from the ideas we worked on in the last chapter. Let us say your idea is to be a freelance social media manager for local bakeries. A week offer would be, I do social media marketing. It is vague and uninspiring. A strong MVO would be, I help local bakery owners who are too busy to post online, specific audience, attract more foot traffic and sell more pastries, desirable outcome, by creating and scheduling 3 engaging Instagram posts for them each week, my service. Do you see the difference? It is specific, it is outcome-focused, and it is easy to understand. Let us try another one. Your idea is to sell a digital product for people learning to play the guitar. A week offer, I sell a guide to learning guitar. A strong MVO, I help beginner guitar players who feel stuck learning chords, specific audience, finally play their first full song in under 30 days, desirable outcome. With my step-by-step ebook and video chord tutorials, my product. One more, for a physical product. Your idea is to sell handmade candles. A week offer, I sell handmade candles. A strong MVO, I help people who want their homes to feel like a calm, relaxing sanctuary, specific audience, create a peaceful evening atmosphere, desirable outcome, with my all-natural lavender-scented soy candles, my product. Your task for day 1 of our 7-day test is to craft the MVO for your top 1 or 2 side hustle ideas. Take out a piece of paper, write down the formula. I help blank achieve blank by providing blank. Now fill it in. Be as specific as you can with your audience. The riches are in the niches. Do not say I help businesses. Say I help plumbers who are over 50 and struggle with technology. Do not say I help people lose weight. Say I help new mums who have less than 30 minutes a day to exercise. Be bold with your outcome. What is the transformation you are promising? People do not buy the process, they buy the result. They do not buy the diet plan. They buy the confidence of feeling good in their clothes. They do not buy the website design. They buy the pride of having a professional online presence that attracts clients. Spend a good hour on this. Write several versions. Read them out loud. Does it sound compelling? Is it clear? Is this a promise that you are confident you can deliver on? Once you have a sentence you are happy with, write it down in big, bold letters. This is your hypothesis. This is the flag you are about to plant in the ground. This is your minimum viable offer. Now that you have your MVO, it is time for day 2 and 3, the conversational test. This is often the scariest part for people because it involves talking to other human beings. But it is also the most insightful. The goal here is not to sell anything. I repeat, you are not selling anything. If you go into these conversations with sales breath, People will put their walls up, and you will not learn anything. Your goal is to be a journalist, a detective, an archaeologist. You are there to listen and to learn. You are trying to uncover the truth about your potential customers' problems. Your MVO is based on the assumption that they have a certain problem. The conversational test is designed to find out if that assumption is true. Your first step is to identify 5 to 10 people to talk to. These people should fit the description of your target audience as closely as possible. If your MVO is for local bakery owners, you need to talk to local bakery owners. If it is for new moms, you need to talk to new moms. How do you find them? Start with your immediate network. Do you have any friends who fit the description? Or do you have friends who might know someone who does? This is called a warm introduction, and it is the easiest way to start. You can post on your personal social media saying something like, "Hey friends, I am doing some research for a project about your topic. Do you know any your target audience who would be willing to chat with me for 15 minutes? I am not selling anything, I am just trying to learn." Another powerful place to find people is in online communities, where your target audience already gathers. This could be Facebook groups, Reddit subreddits, LinkedIn groups, or online forums. If you want to talk to bakery owners, find a Facebook group for bakers or small food business entrepreneurs. The key here is to be respectful. Do not just spam the group with your request. Engage with the community first. Then you can post something similar to your social media request, or even better, find people who are actively posting about the problem you want to solve and send them a polite private message. Once you have someone who has agreed to talk to you, you need to prepare. Remember, you are a detective, not a salesperson. This means you need to ask good, open-ended questions that get them talking about their life and their problems. You should never ever start the conversation by asking, "So I have this idea for a business. Do you think it is a good idea?" This is the worst question you can possibly ask. Why? Because most people are nice. They do not want to hurt your feelings. They will say, "Oh yeah, that sounds great," even if they would never in a million years buy it. This is called a vanity metric. It feels good to hear, but it is utterly useless. It is a false positive that will lead you down the path of building something nobody will pay for. Instead of asking about your idea, you are going to ask about their problems. The entire first half of the conversation should be about them. Here are some of the best questions you can ask, questions designed to get real, honest answers. Start with broad questions to understand their world. Tell me a little bit about your experience with your general topic. For the bakery owner, tell me about how you currently handle your social media. Then, you want to dig for the pain. The best way to do this is to ask them to tell you a story. Tell me about the last time you struggled with the problem you think they have. For the bakery owner, tell me about the last time you felt frustrated trying to post something on Instagram. For the new mom, tell me about the last time you tried to figure out what to cook for dinner and felt totally overwhelmed. Listen carefully to their answers. Are they getting emotional? Do you hear words like frustrating, annoying, overwhelming? I hate it when... Emotion is a powerful signal that the problem is real and painful. A problem that is just a minor annoyance is not a problem people will pay to solve. Next, you want to find out if they have tried to solve this problem before. This is a critical question. If they have a problem but have never invested any time or money into trying to solve it, it is probably not that important to them. Ask, have you ever tried to find a solution for this? What have you tried? The bakery owner might say, yeah, I tried hiring my niece for a month, but she was unreliable. Then I bought a cheap online course about social media, but I never had time to finish it. This is a massive green light. This person has not only acknowledged the problem, but they have already spent money trying to solve it. They are a validated potential customer. Only after you have spent at least 10 minutes listening to them talk about their problems should you even consider mentioning your idea. And when you do, you frame it as a potential solution to the specific problems they just told you about. You can say something like, based on what you just told me about how frustrating it is to come up with post ideas, I have been working on a concept. My idea is to... And then you state your minimum viable offer. Then you shut up. Do not try to sell it. Do not justify it. Just let it hang in the air and watch their reaction. What you are looking for is a genuine, unprompted, positive reaction. Do their eyes light up? Do they lean forward? Do they say, wow, that is interesting? Tell me more about that. Or even better, do they ask the golden question, so how much would something like that cost? If they ask about the price without you even mentioning it, you have hit a nerve. If, on the other hand, they give you a polite, lukewarm response like, "Oh, that is nice," or "That is a cool idea for someone, but not really for me," that is a signal. It is not a failure. It is incredibly valuable data. It tells you that your MVO is not quite right for this person. Your job then is to ask why. That is helpful feedback. Can you tell me a little more about what is missing for you, or what does not feel like a fit? Your goal for days 2 and 3 is to have 5 of these conversations. Take detailed notes. Do not trust your memory. Write down the exact words and phrases people use to describe their problems. This language will become the foundation of all your future marketing. After your conversations, it is time for days 4 and 5, the digital smoke test. The conversational test was for qualitative data, the deep emotional insights. The digital smoke test is for quantitative data, the hard numbers. A smoke test is an old advertising term. Before spending a fortune printing thousands of flyers for a product, advertisers would first print a small batch with a phone number or a mailing address and see if anyone actually responded. They were testing for a signal before going all in. We are going to do the same thing, but with modern digital tools. The goal is to see if complete strangers, people who do not know you and are not obligated to be nice to you, will show interest in your MVO. The easiest way to do this is to create a simple one-page website, often called a landing page. Do not panic. You do not need to know how to code. You do not need to hire a designer. Using modern tools like Card, Gumroad, or even ConvertKit, you can build a perfectly good landing page in about an hour. It is as easy as creating a PowerPoint slide. Your landing page only needs a few key elements. First, a killer headline. Your headline should be your minimum viable offer. Rephrase to be as compelling as possible. Use the language you heard in your conversations. If bakery owners kept saying they were overwhelmed, use that word. Headline: Stop feeling overwhelmed by Instagram. Sell more pastries with 3 done-for-you posts every week. Second, you need a few bullet points. These should not be features, they should be benefits. They should describe the transformation. Instead of "you get 3 posts a week," write "save 5 hours every week so you can focus on what you love, baking." Instead of "we use high-quality photos," write "make your customers' mouths water with beautiful, professional-looking photos that stop the scroll." Third, you need a single, clear call to action. Since you have not built anything yet, the call to action is not "buy now." It is a low-friction request to gauge interest. The most common one is an email sign-up. The button could say, "Join the waitlist," or "Get notified at launch," or "Download my free guide, 5 photo tips for bakers." You are offering a small piece of value in exchange for their email address, which is a signal of their interest. Finally, you might include a simple image that represents the desired outcome, like a picture of a beautiful, bustling bakery. Once your page is live, you need to get some eyeballs on it. How do you do that? You can start by sharing it with your own network on social media. But to get a true test, you want to share it where your target audience hangs out. Go back to those online communities you found earlier. Read the rules carefully. Some groups do not allow self-promotion, but many have a specific day of the week where you can share your projects. When you post, do not just drop a link. Be human. Say something like, "Hey everyone, based on some conversations I've had with bakers who are struggling with social media, I am thinking of launching a new service to help. Here is a quick page I put together to explain the idea." I would love to know if this is something you would find valuable. The goal is to drive 50 to 100 people to your page. If you have a small budget, say $20 to $50, you could even run a small targeted ad on a platform like Facebook or Instagram. You can target your ads with incredible precision, showing it only to people who have listed their job title as baker or have expressed an interest in cake decorating. Now, you watch the numbers. The most important metric is your conversion rate. That is the percentage of people who visit your page and then actually give you their email address. What is a good conversion rate? Anything can vary, but generally, if you are getting a 5 to 10% conversion rate from cold traffic, that is a pretty good signal. It means that for every 100 strangers who visit your page, 5 to 10 of them are interested enough to give you their contact information. If your conversion rate is 1% or less, that is a signal that your offer is not resonating. The headline might be wrong, the benefits might be unclear, or the problem you are solving just is not painful enough. Again, this is not failure. It is data. It is a sign that you need to pivot and tweak your MVO. This brings us to day 6, the pre-sale challenge. This is the ultimate form of validation. It is the moment of truth. An email address is a nice signal of interest, but the only signal that truly matters in business is a financial transaction. When someone is willing to pull out their credit card and pay you for the promise of a solution, you have not just validated your idea, you have officially started your business. The idea of asking for money before you have a finished product might feel strange or even dishonest, but it is a common and accepted practice as long as you are completely transparent about it. This is called a pre-sale. You are selling access to a product or service before it is officially released, often at a special introductory price. How do you set this up? It can be surprisingly simple. You can take your landing page from the smoke test and add a payment button. Tools like Gumroad, Podia, or Stripe make this incredibly easy. You just connect your bank account, create a product with a name and a price, and they will give you a simple link or a button to embed on your page. Your offer needs to be crystal clear. You must state exactly what they are getting, when they will get it, and that this is a pre-order. For example, pre-order the first song in 30 Days Guitar Guide. You will get the full ebook and video package delivered to your inbox on a specific date, maybe 4 weeks from now. As a special thank you for being an early supporter, you get it for just $10, 50% off the future launch price. For a service, you could pre-sell a package of your first few sessions. Book a bakery Instagram kickstart package. We will have our strategy call and your first month of posts will be scheduled to go live during the first week of next month. Book now to lock in the special introductory rate of your challenge for day 6 is not to get rich. Your challenge is to make one sale, just one. Can you get one single person who is not your mom or your best friend to pay you for your MVO? You can start by emailing the people who signed up on your waitlist. These are your warmest leads. You can say, "Thank you so much for your interest. As a next step, I am opening up a limited number of pre-orders at a special price. This will help me fund the final development of the product and ensure it is as helpful as possible." Getting that first sale is a monumental psychological milestone. It is the moment your side hustle transforms from a dream into a real, tangible entity in the world. It is the proof that you have created something of value. It is the most powerful form of validation there is. Finally, we arrive at day 7, the judgment day. It is time to gather all the data you have collected from your conversations, your landing page, and your pre-sale challenge and make a decision. This is not about judging yourself. It is about judging the idea. You need to be a cold, rational CEO and decide on one of 3 paths forward: proceed, pivot, or politely kill. The green light to proceed is a clear and unmistakable signal. In your conversations, people were emotional about their problem. They used words like "finally" when you described your solution. They asked you how much it cost. Your landing page converted at a high rate, and most importantly, you were able to make a few pre-sales without a huge amount of effort. You feel a sense of pull from the market. It feels like people are trying to rip the idea out of your hands. They want it, and they want it now. If you are seeing these signals, congratulations, you have validated your idea. Your next step is to build the simplest possible version of your product or service and deliver it to your first paying customers. More likely, you will see a yellow light, which is the signal to pivot. A pivot is not a failure. It is a smart strategic change in direction based on feedback. Maybe in your conversations, people were interested in the general problem, but they did not like your specific solution. The bakery owners might have said, "Done for you posts are okay, but what I really need is a simple set of templates so I can do it myself quickly." This is an incredible insight. Your MVO was wrong, but the market is telling you exactly what the right MVO should be. Your pivot might be to change from a service to a digital product. Maybe your landing page had a low conversion rate, but you got a lot of emails from people asking a different question. That question is your clue. A pivot means going back to your MVO, tweaking it based on the feedback you received, and running a new, small test. Most successful businesses are the result of several pivots. The third option is the red light. This is the signal to politely kill the idea. The signs of a red light are apathy and indifference. In your conversations, people were polite but not excited. They did not seem to have much emotion attached to the problem. Your landing page got clicks but almost no one signed up. And when you tried to pre-sell, you heard crickets. It feels like you are pushing a giant boulder uphill. There is no pull from the market. If this happens, I want you to do something radical. I want you to celebrate. You did not fail. You succeeded. You succeeded in saving yourself from 6 months or a year of building something that the market did not want. You have won an incredible prize, your time back. You can now take everything you learned, go back to the idea factory in Chapter 2, and generate a new, smarter hypothesis. Killing an idea is a sign of a mature, disciplined entrepreneur. Over these 7 days, you have done what 90% of aspiring entrepreneurs never do. You have subjected your idea to the rigors of the real world. You have listened more than you have talked. You have measured actions, not just opinions. And you have emerged with something far more valuable than a perfect idea. You have emerged with clarity. You either have a validated concept that the market is pulling from you, a clear set of directions on how to pivot to what the market actually wants, or the freedom that comes from knowing you should move on to a better idea. You have replaced your guess with data. You have replaced your hope with evidence. You are no longer just a dreamer. You are a builder who builds on a foundation of proof. Now, with this validated idea in hand, it is time to give it a name and an identity. It is time to build a simple brand. Chapter 4. Brand You. Building a simple brand in a weekend. You have done the hard work. You have faced the dragon of uncertainty, ventured into the real world with your fragile idea, and you have returned not with a fantasy, but with proof. You have a validated concept, a hypothesis that has survived first contact with the people you seek to serve. You have evidence that the problem you want to solve is real and that people are willing to exchange their hard-earned money for your solution. This is a monumental achievement, one that sets you apart from the vast majority of people who only ever dream. You have moved from dreamer to scientist, and now it is time to become the architect. Your validated idea is like a plot of land that you have surveyed and confirmed is fertile. But right now, it is just an empty lot. It has no address, no curb appeal, no identity. Before you can start building the house, you need to give it a name and a presence. You need to create a brand. So I know what that word might conjure up in your mind. Branding. It sounds big, corporate, and expensive. It sounds like million-dollar Super Bowl commercials, iconic swoosh logos, and global advertising campaigns. It sounds like something for Coca-Cola, Apple, and Nike, not for a side hustler working from their kitchen table on a Tuesday night. You might be thinking, I do not need a brand, I just need to get customers. Or I cannot afford to think about branding right now. I am here to tell you that not only can you not afford to ignore branding, but it is one of the most powerful and largely free tools you have at your disposal. More importantly, we are going to completely redefine what branding means for someone like you. Forget the corporate jargon. Forget the expensive design agencies. For the next 2 days, for one single weekend, we are going to build your brand from the ground up, and we are going to do it with authenticity, simplicity, and intention. A brand is not a luxury for a side hustler, it is a necessity. In the noisy, crowded world of 2026, a great brand is the difference between being a memorable signal and being forgettable static. It is your compass, your shield, and your magnet, all in one. It is the invisible thread that connects you to the hearts and minds of the people you are meant to serve. So let us begin. The first and most important lesson we must learn is this. Your brand is not your logo. It is not your color palette, your website design, or the font you choose. These are artifacts of your brand. They are the clothes your brand wears, but they are not the brand itself. Your brand is a feeling, it is a reputation, it is an expectation. The best definition of a brand comes from Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, who said, "Your brand is what other people say about you when you are not in the room." Think about that for a moment. When a potential customer clicks away from your profile or finishes a conversation with you, what is the feeling, the impression, the story that lingers in their mind? That is your brand. Are they saying, wow, she makes everything feel so simple and clear? Or are they saying, he is the guy who is really passionate about helping you get every last detail right? Or perhaps, that company feels really fun and approachable. You do not get to decide what your brand is. The market does. Your job, your entire job in branding, is to intentionally and consistently influence that perception. For a side hustler, this abstract idea of a feeling can be broken down into 3 tangible pillars. The first pillar is your promise. This is the core of your brand. What is the specific, consistent result that you deliver for your customers? We worked on this when we crafted your minimum viable offer. Your promise is the transformation you provide. It is the anchor of your reputation. For a personal trainer, the promise might be, I will help you build a consistent workout habit you actually enjoy. For a web designer, it might be, I will deliver a beautiful, functional website on time and on budget. Everything you do, from your marketing to your customer service, must be in service of this core promise. When you consistently deliver on your promise, you build the most valuable brand asset of all, trust. The second pillar is your personality. This is what makes you human. It is your voice, your tone, your style. In a world increasingly filled with automated, robotic, and generic content, your unique human personality is your greatest competitive advantage. Are you funny and irreverent? Are you calm, nurturing, and reassuring? Are you a straight-talking, no-nonsense expert? Are you quirky and creative? There is no right or wrong answer, but you must choose. Trying to be everything to everyone results in a brand that is bland and forgettable. People do not connect with corporations. They connect with other people. Allowing your true personality to shine through is what will attract your tribe. The people who are not just buying what you sell, but are buying into who you are. Do not be afraid to be yourself. In fact, it is a strategic requirement. The third pillar is your people. A brand is not defined in a vacuum. It is defined by the community it serves. Who are you for? And just as importantly, who are you not for? A strong brand actively repels the people who are not a good fit. If you are the calm, nurturing coach, you will likely not attract the client who wants a drill sergeant. And that is a good thing. By being unapologetically specific about who you serve, you become a powerful magnet for those exact people. They see your content, they read your website, and they feel a sense of belonging. They think to themselves, this is for me, she gets it, he understands my world. When you try to appeal to everyone, you end up appealing to no one. Your people, your tribe, are the co-creators of your brand's meaning. To bring this all together and build the foundation of your brand, we need to answer 3 foundational questions. These will become your brand's North Star, guiding every decision you make. Question 1. Who specifically do I help? I want you to go back to the work you did in the last chapter. You identified a specific audience. Now I want you to go deeper. Give this person a name. How old are they? What do they do for a living? What are their secret fears and their biggest dreams? What kind of language do they use? The more clearly you can picture this one person in your mind, the easier it will be to create a brand that speaks directly to them. Question 2. What problem do I solve for them, and what is the transformation I provide? This is your promise. We have worked on this. It is your from-to statement, from chaos to order, from confusion to clarity, from feeling stuck to feeling free. Write this transformation down. This is the value you create in the world. Question 3. What makes me different? This is the most challenging but also the most powerful question. In any given market, there are likely dozens, if not hundreds, of other people offering a similar service or product. You are probably not going to be the most experienced, the most qualified, or the cheapest. Trying to compete on those terms is a losing game for a side hustler, so you must compete on being different. Your unique difference is your story. It is your specific point of view, your personal philosophy, your unique mechanism. It is how you combine your skills and life experiences in a way that no one else can. Let me give you an example. Imagine 2 financial advisors. They both help people manage their money, that is their service, but their brands are completely different. Advisor A's brand is built on a philosophy of aggressive growth and wealth maximization. His personality is sharp, analytical, and data-driven. He attracts clients who are ambitious and want to build a financial empire. Advisor B's brand is built on a philosophy of financial wellness and mindful spending. Her personality is empathetic, calm, and holistic. She attracts clients who feel anxious about money and want to build a life of security and peace, not just wealth. They offer the same core service, but their brands are worlds apart because their why and their how are different. Your task now is to find your difference. What is your unique philosophy about the work you do? What is your personal story that led you to this place? Maybe you are the graphic designer who believes that good design should be accessible to everyone, not just big companies with huge budgets. That belief will shape every part of your brand, from your pricing to your communication style. Maybe you are the fitness coach who came to fitness later in life after years of hating exercise. So your entire brand is built around making fitness fun and approachable for people who think they hate working out. That is a powerful, unique story that will resonate deeply with your specific tribe. I want you to spend the first part of your weekend, maybe your Saturday morning, just thinking and writing about these 3 questions. Who do you help? What transformation do you provide? And what is your unique philosophy that makes you different? The answers to these questions are the soul of your brand. Everything else we do this weekend is just giving that soul a voice and a face. With the soul of your brand defined, it is time to give it a name. For many people, this is the first major roadblock. They spend weeks, even months, agonizing over the perfect name, convinced that the right name will guarantee success and the wrong one will destine them to failure. This is a form of perfectionism, the same monster we talked about in Chapter 1. The truth is, a good name is helpful, but it is your reputation and the value you deliver that will ultimately make or break your business. A mediocre business with a brilliant name will still fail. A brilliant business with a mediocre name can still succeed. Our goal is to find a good name, not the perfect one, and we are going to do it in a single afternoon. There are 3 primary paths you can take when choosing a name. The first path is to simply use your own name. For example, John Smith, business coach, or Maria Garcia, photographer. The main advantage of this approach is that it is inherently a personal brand. It positions you, the human being with your unique story and skills, as the core of the business. This is excellent for coaches, consultants, freelancers, artists, and anyone whose reputation is deeply tied to their personal expertise. It builds trust and makes it easy for people to find and refer you. The potential downsides are that a personal name can be harder to sell if you ever want to grow the business beyond yourself. And if your name is common, hard to spell, or hard to pronounce, it can create some practical challenges. The second path is to choose a descriptive name. This type of name clearly and literally describes what you do or who you do it for. Examples might include Fast and Fresh Meal Prep, Boston's Best Dog Walkers, or Etsy Seller Bookkeeping. The huge advantage here is clarity. A potential customer immediately understands what you offer without any additional explanation. This is fantastic for search engine optimization because you are using the exact keywords people are searching for. The downside is that descriptive names can sometimes sound generic or uninspired. They can also box you in. If Boston's Best Dog Walkers decides to expand into cat sitting or move to a new city, their name suddenly becomes a limitation. The third path is to choose an evocative or abstract name. These names do not describe what you do, but instead they evoke a feeling, a benefit, or a metaphor related to your brand. Names like Nike, named after the Greek goddess of victory, or Google, a play on a huge number, fall into this category. For a side hustle, a good evocative name might be something like Zen Desk Organizing or Spark Career Coaching. These names are creative, memorable, and can create a sense of intrigue. They give you a lot of flexibility to grow and evolve over time. The main challenge is that they require more marketing effort to connect the name to what you actually do. You have to tell people what Spark means in the context of your coaching business. It is a higher risk, higher reward strategy. So, which path is right for you? If you are a freelancer or consultant, I strongly suggest you lean towards using your own name. It is the most direct and authentic path. If you offer a very specific local service or a niche product, a descriptive name can be very powerful. If you have a big vision for a brand that feels more like a movement, an evocative name might be the right fit. Now let us move from theory to action. It is time to brainstorm. I want you to set a timer for 30 minutes and generate a list of at least 20 potential names. Do not filter yourself, just write. To help you try these techniques, 1. Use a thesaurus. If your brand is about clarity, look up synonyms: lucidity, simplicity, crystal, pure. 2. Combine words. Combine what you do with a key benefit: career clarity or simple finance. 3. Use a metaphor. What is a metaphor for the transformation you provide? A bridge from one place to another? A compass? A spark? 4. Think about your audience. What words or phrases resonate with them? Once you have your list of 20 or more names, it is time to run them through a practical checklist. This will help you filter out the weak names and identify the strong contenders. For each name on your list, ask these questions. First, is it easy to say and spell? This is the radio test. Imagine you hear the name on a radio ad or a podcast. Could you easily type it into a search bar later? If people are constantly going to misspell your name, it will be harder for them to find you. Second, is it memorable and distinct? Does it stand out, or does it sound like 10 other businesses in your field? Avoid names that are too long, too clever, or filled with awkward puns. Simple is almost always better. Third, does it leave room for growth? Think about your 5-year vision. Will this name still fit if you add new services or expand to new markets? Fourth, and this is a non-negotiable step, is the domain name available? The gold standard is to get the .com version of your name. Go to a website like Namecheap or GoDaddy and type in your desired name. If sparkcareercoaching.com is taken, you need to seriously reconsider the name. You can try variations like adding a verb, for example, getsparkcoaching.com, but it is a compromise. The availability of the .com should be a major factor in your decision. Fifth, are the social media handles available? Use a free tool called Namechek, that is namechk.com. You can type in your potential name and it will instantly check its availability across dozens of social media platforms. You want to be able to get a consistent handle, like Spark Coaching, on the 1 or 2 platforms you plan to use. It is a red flag if the name is already taken everywhere. Take your long list of names and ruthlessly apply this checklist. You should be able to narrow it down to your top 2 or 3 contenders. The final step, say them out loud. Which one feels right? Which one are you excited to introduce yourself as? If you are still stuck, ask 3 to 5 people who fit your ideal customer profile. Do not ask your mum, ask your potential customers which name resonates most with them and why. By the end of your Saturday afternoon, your goal is to have made a decision. Pick one. It does not have to be perfect forever. It just has to be good enough for now. Remember, done is better than perfect. Choose your name and move on. You have a soul and you have a name. Now you need a voice. You need a concise and powerful way to describe what you do. This is your one-liner bio, and it is arguably the most important piece of marketing copy you will ever write. This single sentence is your brand's elevator pitch. It is what you will put at the top of your social media profiles, in your email signature, on your business cards, and it is what you will say when someone at a party asks, "So, what do you do?" A great one-liner does 3 things. It captures attention, it clarifies what you do, and it makes the right people want to learn more. A weak one-liner is vague, full of jargon, and leaves people more confused than when they started. Luckily, we have already done most of the work to create a brilliant one-liner. We are going to take the MVO you crafted in the last chapter and polish it into a confident, compelling statement. There are a few proven formulas that work exceptionally well. Let us go through them. The first is the classic formula. I help specific audience achieve desirable outcome through your unique method or product. For example, I help aspiring authors write their first novel through a proven, step-by-step coaching framework. It is clear, specific, and highlights your unique process. The audience, the outcome, and the method are all there. The second formula is the without pain formula. I help specific audience achieve desirable outcome without the thing they hate or fear. This formula is incredibly powerful because it speaks directly to your customer's pain point and promises a better way. For example, I help busy professionals get in the best shape of their lives without spending hours in the gym or giving up their favorite foods. This immediately differentiates you from all the extreme diets and workout plans out there. It addresses a major objection head-on. Another example could be, I help small business owners manage their finances and feel in control of their money without needing to become spreadsheet experts. The third formula is the even-if formula. I show specific audience how to achieve a result, even if they believe they have a major obstacle. This formula works by tackling a limiting belief that your audience holds. It gives them hope and makes them feel understood. For example, I show introverts how to become confident networkers, even if they hate small talk. Or, I teach people with no artistic talent how to create beautiful graphics for their social media, even if they have never used a design tool before. This formula builds an instant connection by acknowledging their self-doubt and promising a path through it. Your task for Saturday evening is to write 3 versions of your one-liner, one for each of these formulas. Use the specific language you heard from your potential customers during your validation interviews. If they kept talking about feeling overwhelmed, use that word. If they mentioned their fear of wasting money, address that. Once you have your 3 versions, read them out loud. Which one feels the most powerful? Which one best captures the unique value you provide? Choose the strongest one. This is now your official bio. Memorize it. Use it everywhere. It is the verbal uniform for your brand. It is the shortest story you will ever tell, and it is the one that will open the most doors. We are now entering Sunday. You have done the deep, strategic work. You have a brand with a soul, a name, and a voice. Now and only now, is it time to give it a face. It is time to talk about the visuals, your logo, your colors, and your fonts. This is where most people either freeze up with fear, convinced they have no design skills, or they go overboard, spending weeks fiddling with details that do not matter. We are going to take a middle path. We are going to create a minimum viable brand, a visual identity that is simple, professional, and consistent. The key word here is consistency. A mediocre design used consistently is far more effective than a brilliant design used sporadically. Consistency builds recognition and trust. And the best part is, you can create your entire visual brand in a single morning for free using one incredible tool, Canva. If you're not familiar with Canva, it is a user-friendly, web-based design tool made for non-designers. It is an absolute game changer for side hustlers. Before we even open the tool, we need a simple strategy. So our visual brand will have 3 components: a color palette, a set of fonts, and a simple logo. That is it. First, let us talk about colors. Colors have psychological associations. Very simply, blues often convey trust and professionalism. Greens suggest nature and health. Reds and oranges create energy and excitement. And blacks and grays feel sophisticated and modern. You do not need a deep degree in color theory. You just need to choose a simple palette that reflects the feeling of your brand. I recommend choosing 3 colors to start. A primary color that will be your main brand color, a secondary color that complements it, and a neutral color like a light gray or beige for backgrounds. The easiest way to find a beautiful professional palette is to use a free tool called Coolors. That is COOLORS.co. You can press the spacebar and it will generate random, perfectly matched color palettes for you. Keep hitting the spacebar until you find one that resonates with the feeling of your brand. When you find one you like, save the 6-digit codes for each color. These are called hex codes, and they are the specific address for that exact shade of color. Next, let us choose your fonts, a process also known as typography. Just like colors, fonts have personalities. Some are serious and traditional, others are modern and minimalist, and some are fun and playful. The key to good typography is simplicity and readability. You only need 2 fonts for your entire brand. One font will be for your headlines. This one can be a bit more distinctive and have more personality. The second font will be for your body text, the paragraphs and smaller text. This font must be, above all else, easy to read. A great place to find free, high-quality fonts is Google Fonts. To keep things simple, I suggest a classic pairing. For your headline, you might choose a strong, bold font like Oswald or Montserrat. For your body text, you would pair it with a clean, highly readable font like Lato or Open Sans. The key is to choose 2 fonts and stick to them. Do not use 10 different fonts on your website. Use your 2 brand fonts consistently everywhere. Finally, we need a logo. People spend thousands of dollars and months of time on logos. you are going to spend 30 minutes. For a personal brand or a new side hustle, the simplest and often most effective logo is what is called a logo type or a word mark. This is simply your business name written in your chosen headline font. That is it. Think of the logos for brands like Google, Sony, or FedEx. They are primarily a word mark. This is clean, professional, and timeless. You can easily create this in Canva. Just open a new design, type out your business name, and apply your headline font. You can play with the letter spacing or make one part of the name bold. You can also add a very simple icon or shape from Canva's library if you wish, perhaps to the left of the name or enclosed in a circle. But do not overcomplicate it. Your goal is a simple, clean mark that you can use as your profile picture and on your documents. Save it with a transparent background so you can place it over any color. Now let us put this all together in Canva. One of the most powerful features of the free version of Canva is the ability to set up your brand's visual identity. You will find a section called Brand Kit. In here you can upload your simple logo, you can input the hex codes for your 3 brand colors, and you can select your headline and body fonts. Now, every time you create a new design in Canva, whether it is a social media post, a PDF guide, or a presentation, your brand assets will be waiting for you in the sidebar. With one click, you can apply your brand colors and fonts, ensuring that everything you create is perfectly consistent. This is the secret to looking professional without being a professional designer. Your task for Sunday morning is to follow these steps. Choose your colors, choose your fonts, create your simple logo, and set up your brand kit in Canva. This small investment of time will pay massive dividends in the professionalism and cohesiveness of your brand. We are on the home stretch of our branding weekend. You have the strategy, the name, the bio, and the visuals. The final crucial step for your Sunday afternoon is to claim your digital real estate. This is an urgent, non-negotiable task. Even if you are not planning to build a website or be active on social media for another few months, you must secure your brand name online today. The internet is like the Wild West. Digital properties are being claimed every single second. If you wait, someone else will inevitably register your domain name or take your social media handle, and you will be forced to compromise or start over. Claiming your space now is a small investment that protects all the hard work you have done this weekend. There are 3 key pieces of digital real estate you need to claim. The first is your domain name. This is your address on the internet, your .com. As we discussed during the naming process, you should have already verified that your chosen .com is available. Now it is time to buy it. Go to a domain registrar like Namecheap, Google Domains, or GoDaddy. The process is as simple as buying anything else online. It should cost you around $10 to $15 for the entire year. This is one of the first and best investments you will make in your side hustle. While you are there, I strongly recommend you also purchase domain privacy, which hides your personal contact information from public records. It is usually only a few extra dollars and is well worth it. The second piece of real estate is your social media handles. Using the Next tool you used before, you should have a list of the platforms where your name is available. I want you to go and create an account for your brand on the top 2 or 3 platforms where you think your ideal customers spend their time. For a business-to-business service, this might be LinkedIn and Twitter. For a visual product, it would be Instagram and Pinterest. For a personality-driven brand, it could be YouTube and TikTok. You do not need to post anything yet. The goal is simply to secure the handle, your brand name. Upload your simple logo as the profile picture and paste your one-liner into the bio section. This ensures that when people search for you, they find a consistent presence, and it prevents someone else from squatting on your name. The third and final piece of real estate is a professional email address. This is a small detail that makes a huge difference in perception. Which of these 2 businesses would you trust more with your money? The one that emails you from supercoolcandles@igmail.com or the one that emails you from hello@supercoolcandles.com? The second one feels instantly more credible and established. Setting this up is easier than you think. Many domain registrars will offer a simple email hosting package when you buy your domain. Alternatively, you can use a service like Google Workspace, which will allow you to use the familiar Gmail interface, but with your own custom domain name. The small monthly fee is an investment in your professionalism. By the end of your Sunday, I want you to have completed these 3 tasks. Buy your domain name, secure your social media handles, and set up your professional email address. These actions make your brand real. It is no longer just an idea in a notebook. It now has a home, an address, and an identity in the digital world. Let us pause and look back at what you have accomplished. In a single weekend, you have done what many businesses take months to figure out. You have moved beyond the superficial idea of a brand as a logo and defined its very soul, your promise, your personality, and your people. You have chosen a strong, practical name and crafted a powerful one-liner to describe your value. You have created a simple, consistent, and professional visual identity using free tools, and you have secured your home on the internet. You have built a brand. This brand will now be your guide. When you are unsure of what to post on social media, you will ask yourself, what would my brand's personality say? When you are designing a new product, you will ask, does this deliver on my brand's core promise? Your brand is not a restrictive set of rules. It is a clarifying filter that makes decisions easier. It is the foundation upon which you will build your relationship with your customers. And like any relationship, it will grow and evolve over time. For now, this simple, authentic brand is everything you need. You have your validated idea, and you have your identity. You are ready. It is time to start building your workshop and gathering your tools. In the next chapter, we are going to assemble your 2026 toolkit, the essential and mostly free tools you will need to run and grow your new venture. The foundation is set. The scaffolding is next. Chapter 5. The 2026 Toolkit. Essential and mostly free tools to build and run your hustle. Welcome to your workshop. In the last chapter, you became an architect. You designed the identity of your side hustle, giving it a name, a voice, and a face. You built a brand with intention and soul. Now, it is time to put on your tool belt. An architect with a beautiful blueprint is still just a person with a piece of paper. To build the house, you need hammers, saws, and measuring tapes. For a side hustler in 2026, those tools are digital. They are the applications, the software, and the platforms that will allow you to build, manage, and grow your new venture from your laptop or even just your phone. The very idea of this can be overwhelming. The world of technology moves at a dizzying pace. There are thousands of apps, each one promising to be the magic bullet that will make you more productive, more creative, and more successful. It is a noisy and confusing landscape, and it is easy to fall into the trap of tool hopping, constantly trying the latest and greatest new thing without ever actually getting any work done. This chapter is your map through that noise. We are going to build your toolkit, but we are going to do it with a philosophy of minimalism and intention. You do not need 20 different subscriptions and a dozen complicated pieces of software. In fact, the opposite is true. A master craftsman is not defined by owning the most tools, but by how skillfully they use a few essential ones. We are going to select a small, powerful, and cohesive set of tools that will serve as the engine of your side hustle. And here is the best part. Almost every tool we are going to discuss is either completely free to start or has a very affordable entry point. The barrier to entry for starting a business has never been lower in human history. The technology that would have cost a Fortune 500 company millions of dollars just a decade ago is now available to you, often for free. You have more power in the phone in your pocket than the President of the United States had in the 1990s. It is time to learn how to wield that power. We will break this down into 5 core functions of your new business: your central organization system, your creative partner, your digital storefront, your payment processor, and your content creation studio. By the end of this chapter, you will have a complete, modern, and powerful workshop ready for you to start building. Let us begin with the absolute foundation of your workshop, the central workbench, where all your plans are laid out and all your projects are organized. This is your mission control center. One of the biggest challenges you will face as a side hustler is managing the sheer number of ideas, tasks, and pieces of information that come with running a business, even a small one. You have client notes, content ideas, marketing tasks, financial records, and a million other things floating around. If these things live on random sticky notes in a dozen different notebooks and in a chaotic mess of files on your computer desktop, you are setting yourself up for failure. You will waste precious time looking for things. You will forget important deadlines, and you will feel constantly overwhelmed and disorganized. The mental energy you burn just trying to keep track of everything is energy that should be spent on creative, high-value work. The solution is to create a single, centralized digital headquarters for your entire side hustle. A place that the great productivity expert Tiago Forte calls a second brain. The principle is simple. Your biological brain is for having ideas, not for holding them. Your second brain is the digital system you trust to hold and organize all the details, freeing up your real brain to do what it does best: think, create, and solve problems. For our purposes, the undisputed king of second brain tools in 2026 is an application called Notion. If you have not heard of it, Notion is like digital Lego. It provides you with a set of simple building blocks like pages, tables, and calendars that you can combine in infinite ways to create a system that is perfectly customized to your needs. It is part document editor, part spreadsheet, and part project manager, all rolled into one clean and beautiful interface. And its free personal plan is more than powerful enough to run your entire side hustle. Getting started with Notion can feel a bit intimidating because it is so flexible, a true blank canvas. So I'm going to walk you through how to set up your own side hustle headquarters page, a simple dashboard that will become the command center for your entire operation. First, you will sign up for a free Notion account and create a new blank page. Title this page, My Side Hustle HQ. This is your home base. The first thing we are going to add to this page is your brand's North Star, the strategic thinking you did in the last chapter. Create a heading called Brand Foundation. Underneath it, I want you to paste in the answers to those 3 core questions. Who do I help? What transformation do I provide? What makes me different? Then I want you to paste in your one-liner bio. Why do we do this? Because on a busy Tuesday night when you are feeling tired and uninspired, you will come back to this page, read these words, and remember your why. It will recenter you and ensure that the work you are about to do is aligned with your core mission. Next, we are going to create the heart of your system, a master task list. This is where you will capture every single to-do item related to your side hustle, from email that potential client to draft next week's social media post. In Notion, you will create a new database, specifically a table. Name it Master Task List. I want you to create 4 simple columns or properties for this table. The first is the task name. The second is a status property, which you will set up as a drop-down menu with 3 options: to do, in progress, and done. The third is a due date property, so you can assign deadlines. And the fourth is a context property, using a tag system, so you can categorize your tasks with labels like marketing, client work, or admin. The magic of this system is that you can now create different views of the same information. You can create a calendar view that shows you all your tasks on the days they are due. You can create a Kanban board view, like a Trello board, where your tasks are displayed as cards that you can drag and drop between the to-do, in progress, and done columns. This one simple database, which takes about 10 minutes to set up, will bring an incredible sense of calm and control to your workflow. No more trying to remember everything. You will have one place to capture, organize, and track all of your work. The third component of your headquarters is a simple content calendar. If content creation is part of your strategy, whether it is for a blog, a newsletter, or social media, you need a plan. A content calendar is where you will brainstorm, schedule, and track your content ideas. You will create another database table called Content Calendar. The properties will be similar to your task list: the content idea or title, a status property with options like idea, drafting, ready to publish, and published, a publish date, and a tag for the platform like Instagram or blog. This system allows you to batch your creative work. You can spend one afternoon brainstorming a dozen ideas and putting them in the idea column. Then, when you have time to write, you can just open the calendar, pick an idea, and start working on it. It eliminates the constant stress of, what should I post today? Finally, you can add other simple pages to your headquarters as you need them. You could have a client tracker to manage your projects, a swipe file where you save inspiring articles and designs you find online, or a learning hub where you take notes from books and courses. While Notion is my top recommendation, it is not the only option. If you find it too complex, you could use a simpler tool like Trello, which is excellent for visual Kanban-style project management. Or you could even start with a well-organized set of Google Docs and Google Sheets. The specific tool is less important than the principle. Create one single source of truth for your side hustle. Your mission control center is your defense against chaos. Building it is not procrastination. It is the essential preparation that will enable you to move faster and think more clearly for years to come. Now that we have your organizational system in place, let us move to the most exciting and transformative part of our 2026 toolkit, your new creative partner. I am, of course, talking about artificial intelligence. I want you to pause for a moment and reframe how you think about AI. For many, the word conjures up images of sentient robots from science fiction films or the fear of technology, making their skills obsolete. I want you to discard those notions. For our purposes, I want you to think of AI not as a threat, but as the most brilliant, creative, and tireless intern you could ever hope to hire, who also happens to work for free, 24 hours a day. AI is a tool, just like a hammer or a computer. And like any tool, its power lies in the skill of the person who wields it. Learning how to effectively communicate with and leverage AI is arguably the single most important new skill you can develop for your side hustle. It will save you hundreds of hours, break through creative blocks, and allow you to produce a volume and quality of work that would have been impossible for a solo operator just a few years ago. We will focus on two main types of AI tools. The first is large language models, or LLMs. These are the tools you have likely heard of, like OpenAI's ChatGPT or Anthropic's Claude. These are conversational AI systems that you can interact with by typing in plain English. The key to unlocking their power is a skill called prompt engineering, which is just a fancy way of saying learning how to ask good questions. Let me give you some concrete examples of how your AI intern can help you. Let us start with ideation and brainstorming. Staring at a blank page is intimidating. Your AI partner can be an infinite source of inspiration. Instead of a vague prompt like, "Give me some ideas for my business," you need to be specific and provide context. Remember the brand foundation work we did? You can use that to create a powerful prompt. For example, act as a world-class marketing strategist. My side hustle is your one-liner bio. My target audience is your detailed customer description. I want you to generate 20 potential blog post titles that would be highly valuable to this audience. The tone should be helpful, empathetic, and slightly humorous. The quality of the AI's output is directly proportional to the quality of your input. By providing this context, you will get back a list of relevant on-brand ideas that you can immediately start using in your content calendar. Next, let us talk about writing. Your AI partner is the ultimate cure for writer's block. It can help you create what author Anne Lamott calls the shitty first draft. The goal is not to have the AI write for you and then just copy and paste. That results in generic, soulless content. The goal is to use the AI to create a starting point, a lump of clay that you can then shape and refine with your own unique voice and insights. For example, once you have chosen a blog post title from the list it generated, you can follow up with this prompt. Excellent. Now for the title 5 Common Mistakes New Bakers Make on Instagram. I want you to write a 500-word draft for the blog post. Structure it with a short introduction, 5 main points with explanations, and a concluding paragraph. My brand personality is friendly and encouraging. The AI will generate a solid, well-structured draft in seconds. Your job then is to go through it, line by line, and inject your own stories, your own personality, and your own specific expertise. You are the editor, the creative director. The AI is just the junior writer doing the initial legwork. This process can cut your writing time by 80%, allowing you to create high-quality content on a consistent basis, even when you are short on time. Another superpower of LLMs is repurposing content. One of the secrets of prolific creators is that they do not create 100 different ideas. They have a few core ideas that they say in 100 different ways. Your AI intern can be your repurposing machine. Let us say you have written that 1,000-word blog post. You can now give your AI a series of prompts to atomize that content. Take the key points from the blog post above and turn them into a 10-tweet Twitter thread. Now summarize the main idea of the blog post into a 300-word script for a short TikTok or Instagram Reel video. Finally, rewrite the introduction to the blog post to be a more personal and engaging email newsletter to my subscribers. In less than 5 minutes, you have turned one piece of long-form content into multiple pieces of content tailored for different platforms. This is how you build a powerful and consistent online presence without burning out. The second category of AI tools we will add to our toolkit are image generators, like Midjourney or DALL-E. For those of us who are not naturally gifted visual artists or photographers, these tools are nothing short of miraculous. They allow you to generate stunning, completely original images from a simple text description. This has massive implications for your brand. Instead of using the same generic soulless stock photos that everyone else is using, you can create a unique and cohesive visual style that is perfectly aligned with your brand identity. The principles of prompt engineering are the same as with language models. The more descriptive and detailed you are, the better the result. Let us say you have written a blog post about creating a peaceful morning routine. You need a featured image for it. Instead of searching a stock photo site for coffee, you can give an image generator this prompt: a beautiful cinematic photo of a steaming ceramic mug of coffee sitting on a rustic wooden table next to an open journal and a pen. The scene is illuminated by soft golden morning light streaming through a window. The mood is peaceful, calm, and inspiring. The color palette should be warm and muted, with cream and brown tones. The AI will generate several unique professional quality images that perfectly match the feeling of your article. You can also use these tools to create unique icons for your website, abstract backgrounds for your social media posts, or even to get inspiration for product designs. This tool empowers you to have a world-class visual brand without needing a world-class budget. Learning to use these AI tools is no longer optional for a side hustler in 2026. It is a fundamental competitive advantage. I want you to commit to spending at least 1 hour this week playing with a language model like ChatGPT and 1 hour playing with an image generator. Treat it like a game. Be curious. Experiment with different prompts. The small investment you make in learning this skill will pay you back 1,000 times over in saved time, enhanced creativity, and the ability to punch far above your weight class. You have your mission control center and your creative partner. Now, you need a place to showcase your work to the world. You need a digital storefront, a home on the internet. In other words, you need a website. For many, this is the most intimidating task of all. It brings to mind complicated code, expensive web developers, and endless technical headaches. I want you to erase that image from your mind. Today, creating a beautiful, professional, and functional website requires zero coding knowledge. Thanks to a new generation of no-code website builders, you can get a stunning site live in a single afternoon. For a side hustler just starting out, you do not need a massive 10-page website with a blog and an integrated store. That is overkill. All you need is a simple, elegant, one-page website. This is your digital business card. Its only job is to clearly and compellingly communicate your value and give people a clear next step to take. We already did a dry run of this when we created the landing page for our validation test. Now we are going to build the real thing. My top recommendation for this task, especially for its blend of simplicity, beauty, and affordability, is a tool called Card. Card is specifically designed for building simple, fully responsive one-page sites. They have a gallery of gorgeous templates, and their editor is incredibly intuitive. You can get a professional-looking site live for as little as $19 a year. That is not a typo. For the price of 4 cups of coffee, you can have a professional home on the internet for an entire year. So what should go on this one-page site? We are going to keep it brutally simple and effective. At the very top, you will have your headline. This should be your powerful, benefit-driven one-liner bio. Directly underneath that, you will have your call to action button. This is the single most important element on the page. It is the one action you want a visitor to take. This could be join my newsletter, book a free consultation, or buy now. We will talk more about how to set up the payment part in a moment. Below this, you will have a short section, maybe 3 bullet points, that outline the benefits of working with you or buying your product. Remember to focus on the transformation, not the features. Next, a brief About Me section. This is where you inject your personality and your story. Who are you and why are you passionate about this work? A friendly, professional photo of yourself here works wonders for building trust. Finally, if you have any, you can add a section for testimonials or social proof. As you get your first clients, you can ask them for a short quote about their experience working with you. This is incredibly powerful for building credibility. That is it. A simple scrolling one-page site that takes a visitor on a clear journey from understanding your value to taking action. To build it, you will simply choose a template in card that you like, and then you will start replacing the placeholder content with your own. You will swap out the colors for your brand colors from your Canva brand kit. You will change the fonts to your 2 brand fonts. You will upload your simple logo, and you will connect the domain name that you bought in the last chapter. The entire process is visual and intuitive. You are not building from scratch. You are customizing a professional design. While Card is my top recommendation for simplicity, there are other excellent options. If you want a bit more design flexibility, a tool like Framer is a fantastic no-code option. If you love the simplicity of Notion, a tool called Type Dream allows you to build a website that feels just like editing a Notion document. The tool you choose is less important than the goal. Get a simple, professional home base online this week. Done is better than perfect. Your simple one-page site is 1,000 times better than the complex, perfect website that only ever exists in your imagination. We now have your headquarters, your creative partner, and your storefront. The next crucial piece of the puzzle is the money machine. You need a simple, secure, and professional way to accept payments from your customers. This is a non-negotiable step. Fumbling with personal bank transfers or asking clients to pay you through a personal Venmo or Cash App account immediately signals that you are an amateur. It creates a sense of friction and distrust, and it makes your bookkeeping an absolute nightmare. Setting up a professional payment system is now incredibly easy, and it will elevate the professionalism of your brand overnight. For most side hustles, you only need to choose between one of 2 main options. The first, and the industry standard for online payment processing, is Stripe. Stripe is a platform that allows you to securely accept credit card payments online. It is trusted by millions of businesses, from solo freelancers to Amazon and Google. You can create a free Stripe account in about 10 minutes. You will provide your business details and connect your bank account. Once you are set up, Stripe can integrate with almost any other tool you use. Your no-code website builder will have a simple integration where you can connect your Stripe account to a Buy Now button. When a customer clicks it, a secure Stripe checkout form will pop up. They will enter their credit card details, and the money will be deposited into your bank account a few days later. Stripe takes a small percentage fee for each transaction, which is the industry standard. There are no monthly fees. For service-based businesses, Stripe also allows you to create and send professional invoices directly to your clients, which they can then pay online with a credit card. It is a robust, secure, and highly professional solution. The second option, and my top recommendation for anyone selling digital products or simple services, is a platform called Gumroad. Gumroad is more than just a payment processor. It is an all-in-one e-commerce solution built specifically for creators and side hustlers. Think of it as your payment processor, your product delivery system, and your storefront all-in-one. The process is incredibly simple. You create a free Gumroad account. You create a new product. You give it a name, a description, and a price. You upload your digital file, whether it is an ebook, a set of templates, or a link to a video. Gumroad then gives you a simple, shareable link to your product page. You can link this directly from your one-page website, your social media bio, or your newsletter. When a customer clicks the link, they are taken to a clean, simple checkout page. They pay, and Gumroad automatically and securely delivers the digital file to them. It handles the payment processing through Stripe and PayPal, it handles the value-added tax for international customers, and it provides a simple dashboard for you to track your sales. Like Stripe, it is free to use and simply takes a percentage of each sale. For its sheer simplicity and power, Gumroad is an absolute dream for anyone starting a side hustle that involves selling digital goods. The key takeaway here is to make the decision and set it up. Do not overthink it. If you are selling a service, create a Stripe account. If you are selling a digital product, create a Gumroad account. Spend one evening this week going through the setup process. Connecting your bank account and getting your first product or service loaded into the system is a powerful step. It makes your business real. You are now officially open for business and ready to make your first dollar. Finally, we arrive at the last part of our toolkit, your content creation studio. In the modern world, one of the most powerful ways to build trust and attract customers is by creating and sharing valuable content. As we discussed, this could be social media posts, a newsletter, a blog, a podcast, or videos. You do not need a fancy studio or expensive equipment to do this. The tools available to you today, many of them for free, are more powerful than what professional creative agencies had just a few years ago. Our philosophy here, once again, is to keep it simple. For any kind of visual design, from creating social media graphics and PDF guides to presentation slides, our tool of choice is one we have already discussed, Canva. You have already set up your brand kit in Canva with your logo, colors, and fonts. Now is the time to put it to use. I want you to go into Canva and create a set of simple templates for yourself. Create one template for an Instagram post. Create another for an Instagram story. Create another for your YouTube thumbnail. Make them simple. Just your brand colors, your fonts, and your logo in the corner. Now, every time you want to create a piece of content, you do not have to start from scratch. You just open your template, change the text and the image, and you are done. This discipline of using templates will ensure your brand looks consistent and professional everywhere, and it will save you an enormous amount of time and decision fatigue. If you are planning to create video content, which is one of the most powerful mediums today, you do not need a fancy camera. The smartphone in your pocket shoots in high-definition 4K video. That is more than enough. The real magic happens in the editing. The best tool on the market for quick, powerful, and free video editing, especially for short-form content, is an app called CapCut. It is available on both your phone and your desktop. CapCut makes editing feel like a game. You can easily trim clips, add text, and access a library of royalty-free music. But its true superpower, and the reason I recommend it so highly, is its auto-captioning feature. With one tap, the app will automatically transcribe the audio in your video and generate synchronized captions. In a world where most people watch videos with the sound off, having clear, easy-to-read captions is not a nice-to-have. It is an absolute necessity. This one feature will dramatically increase the engagement of your video content and save you hours of tedious manual transcription. If your content plan involves audio, like a podcast or a voiceover for your videos, you do not need to book a professional recording studio. For starting out, the voice memo app on your phone, combined with a quiet room and maybe a simple plug-in microphone, can produce surprisingly high-quality audio. For editing that audio, the go-to free tool for decades has been Audacity. It is a powerful open-source audio editor that lets you cut out mistakes, reduce background noise, and mix in music. It has a bit of a learning curve, but there are thousands of free tutorials on YouTube that can teach you the basics in under an hour. Your toolkit is now complete. You have your mission control center in Notion to keep you organized. You have your AI creative partner to help you generate and create. You have your simple professional storefront built with Card. You have your money machine set up with Stripe or Gumroad to get you paid. And you have your content creation studio with Canva and CapCut to help you share your value with the world. I want to leave you with one final crucial piece of advice. Do not get lost in the tools. The tools are not the work is the work. The goal is not to build the world's most perfect Notion dashboard. The goal is to use that dashboard to help you deliver your service on time. The goal is not to become the world's foremost expert on AI prompts. The goal is to use those prompts to create content that helps your audience. Choose your simple set of tools, the one or two that we have discussed from each category, and then get to work. Technology is your servant, not your master. You are the builder. These are just your tools, And now that your workshop is fully equipped, it is time to open for business. In the next chapter, we are going to talk about marketing, but not in the way you might think. We are going to talk about how to find your first true fans and build a community around your work, authentically and without feeling like a sleazy salesperson. Let us go find your people. Chapter 6. Marketing for people who hate marketing. Finding your first 100 fans. Let us be honest with each other for a moment. I want you to think of the word marketing. What is the first image that comes into your mind? For many of us, it is something unpleasant. It might be the pushy used car salesman in a cheap suit, leaning on a car door and saying, "So what is it going to take to get you into this beautiful machine today?" It might be the relentless pop-up ad that follows you around the internet, screaming about a limited time offer that never seems to expire. It might be the cold call at dinner time, the spammy email with a deceptive subject line, or the slick, insincere influencer promoting a product they have clearly never used. We have been conditioned to see marketing as an act of manipulation, a loud, obnoxious, and slightly dishonest game of tricking people into buying things they do not need. It feels interruptive, self-serving, and inauthentic. And if you are a person who values honesty, connection, and providing genuine value, the very thought of having to market your own side hustle can feel disgusting. It can feel like a betrayal of your own values. You might be thinking to yourself, "I love the idea of building this thing, but I do not want to become one of those people." If that is how you feel, then this chapter is for you. I'm going to ask you to take everything you think you know about marketing and gently set it aside. We are going to erase that picture of the sleazy salesman from your mind and replace it with something else entirely. We are going to redefine marketing not as an act of persuasion, but as an act of service. We are going to reframe it not as shouting at a crowd, but as whispering to a friend. For the modern side hustler, for the creator, the coach, and the consultant in 2026, marketing is not about hype. It is about help. It is not about closing a sale. It is about opening a relationship. It is the generous act of showing up, solving problems, and earning the most valuable currency in the world, trust. In this new model, you do not have to be loud, you just have to be useful. You do not have to be slick, you just have to be human. This chapter is your roadmap to finding your first customers, not by becoming a marketer, but by becoming a beacon. We are not going to chase anyone, we are going to attract them. Our goal is not to get 1 million followers. Our goal is to find your first 100 true fans, and we are going to do it with integrity, with generosity, and with a sense of joy. Before we learn the new way, we must first dismantle the old seductive lie that derails so many aspiring creators. This is the myth of going viral. We see it happen every day. A silly dance on TikTok gets 10 million views. A clever tweet is retweeted 100,000 times. A YouTube video somehow hits the algorithm lottery and explodes overnight, and we think, that is the goal. That is how you make it. I need to create one thing that goes viral, and then my business will be set for life. This belief is not just wrong, it is a dangerous and destructive trap. Chasing virality is like trying to build a career as a lottery winner. The odds are astronomically against you, and the pursuit itself is a recipe for creative burnout and deep unhappiness. Why? Because you cannot engineer a viral hit. There is no formula. It is a chaotic combination of timing, luck, cultural relevance, and some undefinable magic that is impossible to replicate. When you chase virality, you start creating things not for your ideal customer, but for a faceless, unpredictable algorithm. You start making content that is louder, more shocking or more controversial, hoping to catch its attention. You contort your authentic voice into whatever shape you think might be popular this week. It is a deeply inauthentic and exhausting way to create. Let me tell you about a friend of mine we will call Tom. Tom started a side hustle as a personal finance coach for recent college graduates. He was brilliant at it. He had a great simple system for helping them budget, tackle student loans, and make their first investments. He started a TikTok account to share his advice. For the first few months, his videos would get a few hundred views each. He was building a small but engaged following of people who loved his clear, no-nonsense advice. But Tom was impatient. He saw other finance creators with millions of followers, and he felt like a failure. So he decided to chase a viral trend. There was a popular video format at the time involving a pointing dance and pointing at text bubbles that popped up on screen. Tom hated it. It felt silly and inauthentic to him. But he did it anyway. He made a video called 3 Stocks That Will Make You a Millionaire by Next Year. It was a ridiculous, hyperbolic claim that went against all of his sensible, long-term investing advice. But it was catchy, and it went viral. It got 2 million views in 48 hours. His follower count exploded. For a moment, he was ecstatic. He thought he had made it. But then, the emptiness set in. The comments on the video were from people looking to get rich quick, not from his ideal audience of responsible graduates. When he posted his next video, which was a sensible piece of advice about creating a budget, the views were back down in the hundreds. His new, massive audience did not care about his real message. They were just there for the quick hit. Worse, he started getting messages from people who had lost money on the stocks he had flippantly recommended. He felt a deep sense of shame. He had sold out his values for a fleeting moment of attention. He had attracted a huge crowd of the wrong people and alienated the small tribe he had started to build. He had 1 million views, but 0 true fans. This is the danger of virality. It is what marketers call empty calories. It is a huge spike of attention that has no nutritional value for your business. It does not build trust. It does not build community. And it rarely translates into loyal paying customers. It is a sugar rush, and it is always followed by a crash. Our goal is not to get 1 million views. Our goal is to make 100 meaningful connections. We are not building a flash in the pan. We are building a fire that will burn for years, and you do that one small, steady log at a time. This brings us to one of the most important and liberating ideas in the creator economy. It is a concept first articulated by Kevin Kelly, the founding editor of Wired magazine, in a famous essay called 1,000 True Fans. The idea is beautifully simple. To make a sustainable living as a creator, you do not need millions of fans. You do not need to be a celebrity. You just need 1,000 true fans. What is a true fan? Kelly defines a true fan as someone who will buy anything and everything you produce. They will drive 200 miles to see you speak. They will buy the super deluxe signed hardcover version of your book, even though they already have the paperback. They will pre-order your next product without even knowing what it is. They are not just customers, they are your evangelists. They will tell their friends about you. They will defend you from critics. They are your tribe. Kelly did the math. If you can find 1,000 true fans, and you can create enough value for them that they are willing to spend on average $100 a year with you, then you have a $100,000 a year business. $100 a year could be a $50 online course and a subscription to a $10 a month paid newsletter. It is an achievable number. 1,000 people. That is not a stadium, that is a small-town high school auditorium. It is a tangible human scale number. It takes the pressure off of trying to be famous and puts the focus back on making a deep connection with a small group of people. Now, 1,000 true fans can still feel like a daunting number when you are starting from 0. So, for our purposes, we are going to set an even more achievable initial goal. Our mission is to find your first 100 true fans. Let us forget about 1,000 for now. Let us focus on 100. 100 is a number you can almost picture in your mind. It is a big dinner party. It is a few school buses. It is a number you could, in theory, know by name. Why 100? Because 100 is the tipping point. 100 is the seed of a thriving community. If you can create enough value to attract 100 true fans, those 100 people will, through their own enthusiasm and word of mouth, help you find the next 100. 100 is the foundation upon which the entire 1,000 fan structure is built, and financially, 100 can be surprisingly powerful. Let us say you have a simple $10 a month subscription for a newsletter or a community group. 100 fans is $1,000 a month. That is $12,000 a year. For many people, that is a life-changing amount of side hustle income. It is a car payment, it is a mortgage payment. It is your entire vacation budget for the year. And it is achievable. So what does a true fan look like in the context of your side hustle? It is the person who buys your ebook and then emails you to tell you how much it helped them. It is the client who completes their coaching package with you and then immediately refers two of their friends. It is the person who leaves a thoughtful, encouraging comment on every single one of your social media posts. It is the customer who buys your handmade product and then posts a picture of it, tagging you and telling all their followers how much they love it. These are not just transactions, they are relationships. Your entire marketing focus from this moment forward is to create the conditions for these relationships to form and flourish. Every piece of content you create, every email you write, every comment you reply to should be done with one question in mind. Will this help me connect more deeply with the people I am meant to serve? If you focus on that, the numbers will take care of themselves. So let us get practical. How do you find these first 100 people? You do it by practicing the art of radical generosity. This brings us to the core operating system of our new marketing philosophy. It is a model I call the generosity principle, but you may have also heard it called the give, 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 ask model. It is the most powerful, authentic, and effective way to build a community and a business in the modern world. The premise is simple. In any relationship, whether it is a friendship, a romantic partnership, or a business relationship, you cannot just show up and start asking for things. Imagine you meet someone for the first time at a party. You shake their hand, and the first words out of their mouth are, "Hey, can you help me move my couch this weekend?" You would be taken aback. You would think they are rude and self-centered. You do not know them. They have not earned the right to ask you for anything. But imagine a different scenario. You meet a new neighbor. The first week, they bring you a plate of freshly baked cookies. The next week, they see you struggling with your lawnmower and come over to help you fix it. The week after that, they offer to grab your mail while you're out of town. Then, a month later, they knock on your door and say, "Hey, I am so sorry to ask, but I have to move a heavy couch. Would you possibly have a few minutes to help me?" What would you do? You would almost certainly say yes, and you would do it happily. Why? Because they have built up a bank account of goodwill. They have made deposits of generosity. They have earned your trust and your reciprocity. This is the exact same principle we are going to apply to our marketing. Before we ever ask for a sale, before we ever ask for an email address, we are going to make 3 generous deposits of value into the lives of our potential customers. We are going to give and give and give. Only then, once we have established a pattern of generosity and have earned their trust, will we politely and respectfully ask for something in return. This model fundamentally shifts the dynamic. You are not an annoying salesperson trying to take something from them. You are a trusted guide, a helpful friend who has already given them so much that when you do make an offer, it feels like a natural and welcome next step. So, what does it mean to give in a business context? This is a crucial question. Giving does not mean just giving away your product for free. It means generously sharing your knowledge, your perspective, and your help. The value you give away for free falls into 4 main categories. The first and most common is education. This is the act of teaching people something useful that helps them solve a small part of their problem. You are giving them a little win. If you are a graphic designer, you could create a short video tutorial on 3 Canva tricks to make your designs look more professional. If you are a nutritionist, you could share a simple, healthy recipe that takes less than 15 minutes to make. If you are a writer, you could share a framework for overcoming writer's block. You're not giving away the entire farm, but you are giving away a delicious, valuable apple. You are demonstrating your expertise by being helpful, not by proclaiming that you are an expert. The second category of value is inspiration. This is about sharing your story, your struggles, and your successes in a way that motivates and encourages others. People are not just looking for information, they are looking for hope. They want to see that the transformation you promise is possible because they have seen you live it. If you are a fitness coach, sharing a vulnerable story about your own struggles with body image can be far more powerful than sharing another workout tip. If you are a business consultant, writing about a major failure you had and what you learned from it builds immense trust and relatability. Inspiration is about being human and showing people what is possible. The third category is entertainment. Not all value has to be serious and educational. Sometimes, the most valuable thing you can do is make someone laugh, smile, or feel a sense of wonder. This is where your brand's personality really shines. You could share a funny behind-the-scenes look at your creative process. You could tell an entertaining story related to your industry. You could create content that is simply beautiful to look at. Entertainment builds a powerful emotional connection and makes people look forward to hearing from you. The fourth category is utility. This is where you create a tool or a resource that makes someone's life easier. It could be a downloadable checklist, a printable planner, a simple spreadsheet template, or a curated list of your favorite resources. A utility is a tangible gift. It is something people can save, use, and come back to again and again. It is a piece of durable value that keeps working for you long after you have shared it. The give, ask model means that for every one time you ask for something, you have provided at least 3 pieces of valuable content. This creates a rhythm of generosity. Your audience learns that when they see your name pop up in their feed, it is almost always going to be something helpful, inspiring, or entertaining. They will start to look forward to your content. You are building relationship equity. Then when you do make an ask, it does not feel like an interruption. The ask itself can be small or large. A small ask is asking people to comment on your post or share it with a friend. A medium ask is inviting them to subscribe to your newsletter. A large ask is inviting them to buy your product or service. The key is that the ask feels like a fair and logical exchange. You have helped them so much for free, it only makes sense that your paid offer will be even more valuable. This is the heart of authentic marketing. It is a long-term strategy built on patience, empathy, and a genuine desire to serve. Now you understand the philosophy. But where, practically, should you be doing all of this giving? The internet is a vast and noisy place. There are dozens of social media platforms, forums, and communities. The biggest mistake a new side hustler can make is trying to be everywhere at once. You hear that you should be on Instagram and TikTok and LinkedIn, and you should have a blog and a podcast and a YouTube channel. This is a recipe for instant and catastrophic burnout. You will end up creating mediocre content for 5 different platforms, mastering none of them, and spreading yourself so thin that you have no energy left to actually do the work of your business. This is why we are going to adopt the one platform rule. For the first 6 to 12 months of your side hustle, you're going to choose one and only one primary platform to focus on. You are going to go deep, not wide. You are going to learn the culture of that platform, understand what kind of content works there, and build a real community. You are going to become a respected voice in one small pond, not a tiny unheard whisper in a massive ocean. So how do you choose your one platform? This is a critical strategic decision. I want you to choose it based on the intersection of 3 factors. Factor 1. Where do your people already hang out? This is the most important question. You must go where your audience already is. You do not have the time or the resources to try and convince a new group of people to come to you. So, do your research. If your target audience is corporate professionals, executives, and business-to-business clients, they are spending their time on LinkedIn. That is your platform. If your audience is highly visual, interested in aesthetics, crafts, home decor, or fashion, they are on Instagram and Pinterest. If you are targeting a younger audience, and your content can be entertaining or educational in a short, punchy format, you need to be on TikTok. If your audience consists of hobbyists, enthusiasts, or people seeking answers to very specific, niche questions, they are gathered in communities like Reddit or specialized Facebook groups. If your audience loves deep, thoughtful content and tutorials, they are on YouTube or reading blogs. Do not guess. Go to these platforms and search for the keywords related to your business. Find the existing communities. See where the conversations are happening. Fish where the fish are. Factor 2. What format do you genuinely enjoy creating? This is about sustainability. If you despise being on camera, committing to a YouTube channel is a terrible idea, no matter how many of your customers are there. You will hate the process, and you will quit. You must choose a format that aligns with your natural skills and personality. Are you a great writer? Then a blog, a newsletter, or a text-focused platform like LinkedIn or Twitter could be your home. Do you love to talk and have conversations? A podcast is a perfect fit. Are you a visual thinker who loves creating beautiful images and graphics? Instagram is your playground. Are you a natural teacher who is comfortable on camera? YouTube is calling your name. Choosing a format you enjoy will turn your marketing from a chore into a creative outlet. You will be more consistent, your content will be better, and your joy will be palpable to your audience. Factor 3. What is the culture of the platform? Every platform has its own unwritten rules and expectations. LinkedIn has a culture of professionalism, career development, and industry insights. TikTok has a culture of entertainment, trends, and authenticity. Instagram is about aesthetics, lifestyle, and connection. Twitter is about witty, concise thoughts and real-time conversation. You need to choose a platform whose culture aligns with your brand's personality. If your brand is funny and irreverent, you might struggle in the formal world of LinkedIn. If your brand is serious and academic, you might find it hard to fit into the fast-paced world of TikTok. Choosing the right platform is about finding the place where your message, your style, and your audience all converge. I want you to spend a few days doing this research. Choose one platform, and when you have chosen it, I want you to commit to it. Go all in. You have your philosophy of generosity. You have chosen your one platform. Now, what do you actually post? Staring at that blank content calendar can be just as intimidating as starting a new business. So to get you started, I'm going to give you a simple, powerful framework for your first 10 pieces of content. This is your content launchpad. It is designed to introduce you and your brand, build trust, provide immediate value, and get you into the rhythm of consistent creation. Think of these as your foundational pillars. You can post them over the course of 2 or 3 weeks. Your very first post, piece number 1, is your mission statement. This is where you plant your flag. You are going to introduce yourself and state your purpose clearly. You can use your one-liner bio here. The post should answer 3 questions. Who are you? Who do you help? And why do you care? Be human. Share a bit of your story. Post a friendly, clear photo of yourself. The goal of this first post is connection, not conversion. You are just saying hello to the world. Your next 3 posts, pieces 2, 3, and 4, are the core problem posts. I want you to think back to the research you did during your validation phase. What were the top 3 most painful, urgent, and common problems that your ideal customer talked about? I want you to dedicate one full post to each of these problems. In each post, you are not going to sell your solution yet. You are simply going to describe the problem with deep empathy and detail. Use the exact words and phrases your customers used. The goal is for your ideal customer to read this post and have a powerful reaction. Wow, it is like they are reading my mind. They get me. This builds an incredible amount of trust and positions you as an expert who truly understands their world. Now that you have shown them you understand their problems, your next 3 posts, pieces 5, 6, and 7, are the simple solution posts. For each of the problems you just described, I want you to create a post that offers one small, simple, actionable tip that can give them a quick win. This is the give part of our model in action. If the problem was, I do not have time to cook healthy meals, the solution post could be, my 10-minute healthy lunch formula. If the problem was, I do not know what to post on Instagram, the solution post could be, 3 easy post ideas you can create in 5 minutes. You are demonstrating your ability to help by actually helping. You are providing value with no strings attached. Piece number 8 is the behind-the-scenes post. People are tired of polished perfection. They crave authenticity. This post is your chance to pull back the curtain and show the human side of your work. It could be a photo of your messy desk. It could be a short story about a mistake you made and what you learned. It could be you sharing a part of your creative process. This type of content makes you relatable and builds a deeper, more personal connection with your audience. Piece number 9 is your origin story. This is a slightly deeper version of your mission statement post. This is where you share the why behind your side hustle. What was the personal experience or struggle that led you to do this work? Why are you so passionate about helping this specific group of people? Storytelling is the most powerful form of human communication. Your origin story is a unique asset that no one else can copy. It is the heart of your personal brand. Finally, we arrive at piece number 10. We have given and given and given. Now, it is time for our first gentle ask. This is the soft invitation post. After providing so much value over the last 9 posts, you have earned the right to invite your followers to take a small step closer to you. This is not a hard sell. It is a simple, value-driven invitation. It could be something like, if you have enjoyed these tips, I share even more in my weekly newsletter. You can sign up at the link in my bio. Or I have put together a free checklist that walks you through this entire process. If you want a copy, just comment with the word checklist below. You are asking them to raise their hand and identify themselves as someone who is interested in going deeper with you. This is how you begin to separate the casual followers from your potential true fans. This 10-post launchpad gives you a clear roadmap to get started. It builds a foundation of trust, value, and connection. From here, your ongoing content strategy should be a simple rhythm. Give, 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 ask. For every 3 helpful or inspiring posts you create, you can create one that makes a soft invitation or presents your paid offer. This is marketing that feels good. It is marketing as service. You are not a salesman, you are a lighthouse keeper. Your job is to simply keep your light shining, to consistently send out signals of help and value. You do not need to chase after the ships. The right ones, the ones who are looking for your specific harbor, will see your light and be drawn to you. Your first 100 fans are out there, waiting for your signal. It is time to turn on the light. Chapter 7. Let's talk money, pricing, payments, and profit. There is a moment in every side hustler's journey that is both thrilling and utterly terrifying. It is the moment when the conversation turns to money. It is when a potential client, after hearing about your wonderful service, looks you in the eye and asks that simple 4-word question that makes your heart pound and your palms sweat. So, what do you charge? In this moment, all of your creative passion, your generous marketing, and your brilliant ideas collide with the harsh practical reality of commerce. You are no longer just a creator, you are a business owner. And a business, by definition, must exchange value for money. For so many of us, especially those of us who are driven by a genuine desire to help people, this can feel incredibly uncomfortable. We are not used to putting a price tag on our skills. It can feel greedy, awkward, or even arrogant. This discomfort is one of the biggest and most insidious hurdles you will face, and if you do not conquer it, it will sabotage your success faster than any market competitor. This chapter is your guide to navigating the often emotional and always crucial world of money. We are going to demystify the process of pricing your work, setting up professional payment systems, and managing the income you generate. We are going to treat money not as a dirty word, but as a tool. Money is the fuel that will allow your side hustle to survive and grow. It is the resource that will allow you to invest in better equipment, to buy back your time, and to expand your ability to serve your audience. Profit is not a sign of greed, it is a sign of sustainability. It is the market's way of telling you that you are creating real, tangible value. We will replace your fear and uncertainty with a clear, logical framework for making financial decisions. We will talk about pricing models, the psychology of value, and the simple, non-negotiable financial habits you must adopt from day one. By the end of this chapter, you will not only be able to answer that terrifying 4-word question with confidence, but you will do so with a sense of clarity and conviction, knowing that the price you are charging is a fair and honest reflection of the incredible value you provide. Let us begin by dissecting the fear itself. Why is pricing our own work so uniquely terrifying? It is because we mistakenly believe that when we put a price on our service or product, we are putting a price on ourselves. We think the number is a reflection of our personal worth. If a client says our price is too high, we do not hear, "I do not have the budget for that right now." We hear, "You are not worth that much." If we set a low price, it is often because deep down we are afraid that we are not good enough, that we are imposters who will be found out if we dare to charge a professional rate. This emotional entanglement between our price and our self-worth is the root of the problem. To solve it, we must sever that connection. Your price is not a measure of your worth as a human being. It is simply a number that reflects the value of the solution you provide to a specific problem for a specific person at a specific time. That is it. It is a business decision, not a moral judgment. One of the biggest mistakes new side hustlers make is that they dramatically undercharge for their work. There are a few reasons for this. The first, as we have discussed, is a lack of confidence or imposter syndrome. The second is a genuine but misguided desire to be nice or accessible. We think that by charging a very low price, we are doing people a favor. The third is a misunderstanding of what a price actually signals. Your price is not just a number, it is a powerful message. It is a signal of quality, of confidence, and of the value of the outcome you provide. Think about your own purchasing behavior. If you are looking for a surgeon to perform a life-saving operation, and you are presented with two options, one who charges $10,000 and one who offers to do it for $500, which one do you trust more? You would almost certainly be suspicious of the $500 surgeon. Your immediate thought would be, what is wrong with them? What corners are they cutting? A low price does not always signal a good deal. It often signals a lack of quality or a lack of confidence. When you drastically undercharge, you are not just hurting your own ability to earn a living. You are actively devaluing the perception of your work in the eyes of your potential customers. You are attracting bargain hunters, not ideal clients. The clients who are willing to pay a fair professional rate are often the best clients. They are more committed to the process, they take your work more seriously, and they value the outcome more because they are invested in it. So how do we overcome this fear and start thinking about price like a confident business owner? The first step is to shift your focus from what your work costs you to what your solution is worth to your customer. New freelancers often calculate their prices based on their own needs. They think, well, I would like to make an extra $500 a month, so I will charge this much. This is an inward-facing calculation. A professional calculates their price based on the value they create for the client. This is an outward-facing calculation. Let us take the example of a resume writer. An amateur resume writer might think, it takes me about 2 hours to write a resume, and I would like to make $25 an hour, so I will charge $50. This is a cost-based model. A professional resume writer thinks, my client is a mid-career professional, trying to land a job that pays $10,000 more per year than their current one. A truly exceptional resume, one that gets them past the automated screening software and lands them multiple interviews, could be the deciding factor in them getting that raise. The value of this resume is not 2 hours of my time. The value is a $10,000 raise for my client. In light of that, a fee of $500 is not just reasonable, it is an incredible return on investment for them. This is value-based thinking. To start thinking this way, I want you to do an exercise called the value calculation. For your specific side hustle, I want you to brainstorm and write down all the ways your solution provides value to your customer. Think beyond the obvious. There are 3 types of value you can provide. The first is tangible financial value. This is the easiest to quantify. Do you help them make more money? Do you help them save money? Do you help them save time, which is a form of money? Be specific. If you are a social media manager for a local bakery, you can estimate how many new customers your work could bring in each month and what the average lifetime value of that customer is. If you are a productivity coach, you can calculate how many hours of your client's time you could save them each week and what their hourly rate is. The second type of value is intangible but strategic. Does your work reduce their risk? Does it enhance their reputation or brand? Does it give them a competitive advantage in their field? These are harder to put a number on, but they are incredibly valuable. The third type of value is emotional. This is often the most powerful driver of purchasing decisions. Does your solution reduce their stress or anxiety? Does it give them a sense of confidence, pride, or peace of mind? Does it help them feel more connected to their family or their community? Do not underestimate the power of emotional value. People will pay a premium to solve a painful emotional problem. Once you have this long list of all the value you provide, the $50 price tag for 2 hours of your time will start to seem absurdly low. You are not just selling your time, you are selling a transformation. Price it accordingly. Now that we have the right mindset, let us get into the practical mechanics of how to price your work. There are many complex pricing theories out there, but for a side hustler starting out, we can simplify it down to 3 core models. Each one has its pros and cons, and the right one for you will depend on the nature of what you are selling. The first and most common model for service providers is hourly or project-based pricing. When you charge hourly, you are simply setting a rate for 1 hour of your time and tracking your hours. The big advantage is its simplicity. It is easy for you to calculate and easy for the client to understand. The huge disadvantage, however, is that it punishes you for being efficient. If you become really good at your job, and a task that used to take you 4 hours now only takes you 2, you actually get paid less for being more skilled. It also caps your earning potential, as there are only so many hours in a day. And finally, it focuses the client's attention on your time, not on the value you are providing. They might start to micromanage your hours, asking why a certain task took so long. A better version of this model is project-based pricing. Here, you estimate the number of hours a project will take, multiply that by your desired hourly rate, and then present the client with a single flat fee for the entire project. This shifts the focus from your hours to the final deliverable. It gives the client cost certainty, which they appreciate, and it rewards you for being efficient. If you finish the project faster than you estimated, you make a higher effective hourly rate. To do this well, you need to be very clear about the scope of the project up front to avoid scope creep, where the client keeps asking for more and more work that was not included in the original price. So how do you figure out your base hourly rate? A simple formula to get you in the ballpark is to take your desired annual salary from your side hustle, divide it by the number of weeks you want to work, and then divide that by the number of billable hours you think you can work in a week. Remember that you will not be able to bill for every hour you work. You will also have to spend time on marketing, admin, and other non-billable tasks. A common rule of thumb is to assume you can bill for about 50 to 75% of your working time. Do not forget to factor in your costs, like software subscriptions and taxes. A simple way to account for this is to take your base hourly rate and multiply it by a factor of 2 or 3. And finally, and this is crucial, research what other people in your field with a similar level of experience are charging. You do not want to be the cheapest, and you probably cannot be the most expensive, but you need to know where you fit in the market. The second and often more profitable model is value-based pricing. We touched on this earlier. With this model, your price is not tied to your time at all. It is tied directly to the value and the return on investment you are providing to the client. This is most common in consulting, high-end freelance work, and business-to-business services. To use this model effectively, you have to be confident in your ability to deliver a specific, measurable result. The sales conversation for value-based pricing is different. You have to ask deep questions about the client's business and their goals. You need to understand what their problem is costing them and what your solution would be worth to them. For example, you might discover that a client's poorly designed e-commerce website is costing them an estimated $5,000 a month in lost sales. In that context, charging them a one-time fee of $10,000 to redesign the site and fix the problems is an easy decision for them. They will make their money back in just 2 months. This model requires more skill and confidence, but it is the path to dramatically higher earnings. It uncouples your income from your time, allowing you to earn based on the power of your results. The third model, which is most common for digital products, courses, and software, is tiered pricing. This is the classic good, better, best model. Instead of offering one product at one price, you offer 3 different packages or tiers. The base tier, the good option, is your core offering at an accessible price point. For an ebook, this might just be the book itself. The middle tier, the better option, is your most popular offering. It includes the core product plus some valuable bonuses, like a set of templates, a workbook, or access to a private community. It is priced significantly higher than the base tier, but it offers so much more value that it feels like the most logical choice. The top tier, the best option, is your premium high-ticket offer. It includes everything from the middle tier plus some form of direct access to you, like a one-on-one coaching call or a personalized audit. This tier is priced much higher and is not for everyone, but it serves 2 important purposes. First, a small number of your most dedicated fans will actually buy it. Second, it acts as a price anchor. By seeing the very high price of the premium tier, the price of the middle tier suddenly looks much more reasonable. This is a psychological principle called anchoring. and it is used everywhere from car sales to restaurant menus. Creating a tiered pricing structure for your products is one of the most effective ways to increase your average order value and cater to different segments of your audience with different needs and budgets. Now that you have chosen a model and set your prices, you must learn to resist the powerful temptation to offer discounts. When you are new and a little nervous, it can feel like a good way to close a sale. A potential client hesitates, and you immediately jump in and say, "I can give you 20% off." This is almost always a mistake. Offering discounts trains your customers to devalue your work and to never pay your full price. It cheapens your brand and signals a lack of confidence. It also starts the client relationship on a strange footing, where they feel they have the power. There is a much better way to close a sale without lowering your price. Offer more value. Instead of offering a discount, offer a bonus. If the client is hesitating on your $500 project fee, instead of cutting the price to $400, you can say, "I understand it is an investment. To make this an even easier decision for you, if you sign on today, I will also include my 1-hour strategy session, which is normally a $100 value, for free." You have held firm on your price, reinforcing the value of your core offering, but you have added an extra incentive that makes the deal sweeter. This preserves the integrity of your brand and frames the conversation around value, not price. Make it a rule for yourself. You do not discount, you add value. With your pricing strategy in place, we need to address the practicalities of getting paid and managing the money once it comes in. The single most important financial step you will take when you start your side hustle is this: open a separate bank account for your business. This is not optional. It is not something to do later when you are making real money. You must do it now before you make your first dollar. Go to your bank or to a modern online bank and open a new checking account that will be used exclusively for your side hustle. Why is this so critical? There are two main reasons. The first is for clarity and sanity. When you mix your business income and expenses with your personal finances, it becomes an accounting nightmare. It is impossible to know if your business is actually profitable. You do not know how much you are spending on software or how much you have earned from clients. Your finances become a tangled, stressful mess. A separate account creates a clean, clear boundary. All of your business income goes into this account. All of your business expenses, like software subscriptions or supplies, come out of this account. At a glance, you can see the financial health of your side hustle. The balance in that account is a real, tangible measure of your progress. The second reason is for taxes. When tax time comes, having a separate account will save you from a world of pain. Your business bank statement will be a clean record of all your income and all your deductible expenses. You will not have to spend hours digging through your personal bank statements, trying to remember if that purchase from Amazon was for a business book or for a new pair of socks. Mixing your funds, also known as commingling, is a huge red flag for tax authorities. Keeping things separate makes you look professional and organized, and it will make filing your taxes or handing your records over to an accountant 1,000 times easier. This is the foundational habit of a professional business owner. It takes about an hour to do, and it will save you dozens of hours of headaches down the road. Do not skip this step. Once your separate account is set up, you need a simple system to track your income and expenses. In the beginning, you do not need expensive, complicated accounting software. A simple spreadsheet will do just fine. You can use Google Sheets or Microsoft Excel. Create a new workbook and make 2 tabs. The first tab is Income. The columns should be date, client name, service or product sold, and amount. Every time you get paid, you log it here. The second tab is Expenses. The columns should be date, vendor, item or service purchased, category like software, marketing or supplies, and amount. Every time you buy something for your business, you log it here. At the end of each month, you can do a simple calculation. Total income minus total expenses. The result is your profit. This simple spreadsheet is your business's financial dashboard. It will give you a clear, real-time picture of how your business is performing. I want you to make a commitment to update this spreadsheet at least once a week. Make it a weekly ritual, your money minute. This simple habit will keep you connected to the financial reality of your business and empower you to make smarter decisions. So you have made your first sale. The money has landed in your new business bank account. It is a moment of pure joy and validation. The temptation is to immediately transfer that money to your personal account and spend it. I want you to resist that urge. This brings us to the final, crucial part of our money conversation: what to do with your first profits. The smartest thing you can do with the first $100 or the first $1,000 you make is to reinvest it back into the business. This is how you create a flywheel of growth. You are using the business's own success to fuel its future success, but you must reinvest it strategically. Do not waste your first profits on vanity items like fancy business cards you will never use, or a premium subscription to a tool you do not really need. Your reinvestment should be focused on one of two things: buying back your time or accelerating your growth. Let us talk about buying back your time. As a side hustler, your most limited and most precious resource is your time. If you can use money to eliminate a task that is low value, repetitive, or that you simply hate doing, it is an incredible investment. What is a $10 an hour task that is taking up your valuable time? Maybe it is spending 2 hours a week formatting your blog posts. Maybe it is creating social media graphics. Maybe it is editing the audio for your podcast. Your first strategic reinvestment could be to hire a freelance virtual assistant for a few hours a month to take that task off your plate. This frees up your time and mental energy to focus on the high-value $20 an hour or $100 an hour work, like talking to clients or creating your core product. You are using your profit to buy yourself more hours in the day to do the work that only you can do. The second area for reinvestment is accelerating your growth. This means spending money on things that will directly help you get more customers or improve your skills. This could be a small budget for targeted social media ads to drive traffic to your landing page. It could be buying a book or an online course that will teach you a new skill like copywriting or video editing that will directly improve the quality of your work. It could be investing in a piece of equipment, like a better microphone, that will significantly increase the production value of your content. The question to ask for any potential investment is this: will this purchase either save me a significant amount of time or directly contribute to me getting my next customer? If the answer is a clear yes, it is likely a smart reinvestment. By adopting this mindset of strategic reinvestment, you are treating your side hustle like a real business, not just a piggy bank. You are planting some of the seeds you have harvested, ensuring an even bigger harvest next season. You now have a complete framework for thinking about and managing the financial side of your side hustle. You have moved from a place of fear and uncertainty to a place of clarity and confidence. You understand that your price is a signal of value, not a measure of your self-worth. You have a choice of clear, logical pricing models. You know to add value instead of offering discounts. And you have committed to the two foundational financial habits: a separate bank account and a simple tracking spreadsheet. You are ready to handle the money side of your business like a professional. You are ready to answer that four-word question with a steady voice and a clear mind. You are ready to get paid what you are worth. The flow of money is the lifeblood of your business. By managing it with intention and discipline, you are ensuring that your side hustle will not just survive, but thrive. Now that we have our finances in order, there is one last major challenge we must confront: the challenge of time and energy. How do we do all of this without burning out? That is what we will tackle next. Chapter 8. The Time Juggler: Staying Productive and Avoiding Burnout. We have arrived at the engine room of your side hustle. We have laid the foundation with a new mindset. We have designed the blueprints for your idea. We have built the brand, and we have organized the workshop. Now, we must confront the raw, physical reality of doing the work. This is where the beautiful, abstract concepts of entrepreneurship meet the messy, exhausting reality of a finite 24-hour day. You have a day job, a family, a home to maintain, friendships to nurture, and the fundamental human need for rest. And now, into this already crowded life, you are choosing to build something new from scratch. You are choosing to become a time juggler, a master of balancing competing priorities, a warrior against the powerful forces of distraction and fatigue. This chapter is not about magical productivity hacks or finding a secret 25th hour in the day. Such things do not exist. This chapter is about a radical shift in how you think about your time and, more importantly, your energy. It is about working smarter, not just harder. It is about building a sustainable system for progress, one that allows you to make consistent, meaningful strides on your side hustle without sacrificing your health, your relationships, or your sanity. The single greatest threat to your side hustle is not a lack of good ideas, a lack of funding, or a lack of market opportunity. The number one killer of side hustles is burnout. Burnout is the slow, creeping exhaustion that turns your passion project into a dreaded chore. The result is your profit. This simple spreadsheet is your business's financial dashboard. It will give you a clear, real-time picture of how your business is performing. I want you to make a commitment to update this spreadsheet at least once a week. Make it a weekly ritual, your money minute. This simple habit will keep you connected to the financial reality of your business and empower you to make smarter decisions. So you have made your first sale. The money has landed in your new business bank account. It is a moment of pure joy and validation. The temptation is to immediately transfer that money to your personal account and spend it. I want you to resist that urge. This brings us to the final crucial part of our money conversation: what to do with your first profits. The smartest thing you can do with the first $100 or the first $1,000 you make is to reinvest it back into the business. This is how you create a flywheel of growth. You are using the business's own success to fuel its future success, but you must reinvest it strategically. Do not waste your first profits on vanity items, like fancy business cards you will never use, or a premium subscription to a tool you do not really need. Your reinvestment should be focused on one of two things: buying back your time or accelerating your growth. Let us talk about buying back your time. As a side hustler, your most limited and most precious resource is your time. If you can use money to eliminate a task that is low value, repetitive, or that you simply hate doing, it is an incredible investment. What is a $10 an hour task that is taking up your valuable time? Maybe it is spending 2 hours a week formatting your blog posts. Maybe it is creating social media graphics. Maybe it is editing the audio for your podcast. Your first strategic reinvestment could be to hire a freelance virtual assistant for a few hours a month to take that task off your plate. This frees up your time and mental energy to focus on the high value, $20 an hour or $100 an hour work, like talking to clients or creating your core product. You are using your profit to buy yourself more hours in the day to do the work that only you can do. The second area for reinvestment is accelerating your growth. This means spending money on things that will directly help you get more customers or improve your skills. This could be a small budget for targeted social media ads to drive traffic to your landing page. It could be buying a book or an online course that will teach you a new skill, like copywriting or video editing, that will directly improve the quality of your work. It could be investing in a piece of equipment, like a better microphone, that will significantly increase the production value of your content. The question to ask for any potential investment is this: will this purchase either save me a significant amount of time or directly contribute to me getting my next customer? If the answer is a clear yes, it is likely a smart reinvestment. By adopting this mindset of strategic reinvestment, you are treating your side hustle like a real business, not just a piggy bank. You are planting some of the seeds you have harvested, ensuring an even bigger harvest next season. You now have a complete framework for thinking about and managing the financial side of your side hustle. You have moved from a place of fear and uncertainty to a place of clarity and confidence. You understand that your price is a signal of value, not a measure of your self-worth. You have a choice of clear, logical pricing models. You know to add value instead of offering discounts. And you have committed to the two foundational financial habits: a separate bank account and a simple tracking spreadsheet. You are ready to handle the money side of your business like a professional. You are ready to answer that four-word question with a steady voice and a clear mind. You are ready to get paid what you are worth. The flow of money is the lifeblood of your business. By managing it with intention and discipline, you are ensuring that your side hustle will not just survive, but thrive. Now that we have our finances in order, there is one last major challenge we must confront: the challenge of time and energy. How do we do all of this without burning out? That is what we will tackle next. Chapter 8. The Time Juggler, Staying Productive and Avoiding Burnout. We have arrived at the engine room of your side hustle. We have laid the foundation with a new mindset. We have designed the blueprints for your idea. We have built the brand, and we have organized the workshop. Now, we must confront the raw, physical reality of doing the work. This is where the beautiful, abstract concepts of entrepreneurship meet the messy, exhausting reality of a finite 24-hour day. You have a day job, a family, a home to maintain, friendships to nurture, and the fundamental human need for rest. And now, into this already crowded life, you are choosing to build something new from scratch. You are choosing to become a time juggler, a master of balancing competing priorities, a warrior against the powerful forces of distraction and fatigue. This chapter is not about magical productivity hacks or finding a secret 25th hour in the day. Such things do not exist. This chapter is about a radical shift in how you think about your time and, more importantly, your energy. It is about working smarter, not just harder. It is about building a sustainable system for progress, one that allows you to make consistent, meaningful strides on your side hustle without sacrificing your health, your relationships, or your sanity. The single greatest threat to your side hustle is not a lack of good ideas, a lack of funding, or a lack of market opportunity. The number one killer of side hustles is burnout. Burnout is the slow, creeping exhaustion that turns your passion project into a dreaded chore. It is the feeling of being perpetually behind, of running on a hamster wheel of tasks, of losing the joy and excitement that made you start this journey in the first place. Burnout happens when your output of energy consistently exceeds your input of recovery. It is a state of total depletion, physical, mental, and emotional, and it is entirely preventable. The strategies we are about to discuss are not just about being more productive, they are your armor against burnout. They are the practices that will keep you in the game for the long run, because a side hustle is not a sprint, it is a marathon. And you do not win a marathon by sprinting the first mile. You win it by finding a steady, sustainable pace that you can maintain all the way to the finish line. The first and most profound shift we must make is to stop managing our time and start managing our energy. This is a concept championed by author Tony Schwartz, and it is a complete game changer. We have all been taught that time is our most precious resource. It is finite, with only 24 hours in each day. This is true, but it is also misleading. A single hour of your time is not a uniform, fungible unit. An hour when you are feeling focused, energized, and creative is worth 10 hours when you are feeling exhausted, distracted, and uninspired. We have all experienced this. Think of a morning when you were well rested and sat down to work on a challenging task. You entered a state of flow, and in 60 minutes, you accomplished more than you sometimes do in an entire afternoon. Now, think of an afternoon when you were sleep-deprived, over-caffeinated, and trying to force yourself to work through a fog of mental fatigue. That same 60-minute block of time was a painful, unproductive slog. You stared at the screen, you checked your phone a dozen times, and you produced nothing of value. The amount of time was the same, but the quality of your energy was completely different. The goal, therefore, is not to cram more work into your limited hours, but to bring the highest possible quality of energy to the hours you do have. This begins with an honest self-assessment, an exercise I call the energy audit. For the next 3 days, I want you to pay close attention to the natural rhythms of your energy levels throughout the day. You can use a simple notebook or a note on your phone. Every hour or two, I want you to check in with yourself and rate your physical and mental energy on a scale of 1 to 10. 1 is completely drained and unfocused. 10 is buzzing with energy and laser-focused. Just make a quick note. 9 in the morning, energy is at a 9. 3 in the afternoon, energy is at a 4. You are not trying to change anything yet. You are just observing like a scientist. After 3 days, you will have a clear set of data, and you will almost certainly see a pattern. For most people, this pattern reveals their unique chronotype, their natural inclination to be more energetic at certain times of the day. You might be a lark, someone whose peak energy and focus occurs in the early morning, from roughly 6 to 10 in the morning. Or you might be an owl, someone who does their best work late at night from 9 in the evening until 1 in the morning. Or you might be somewhere in between, with a peak of energy in the mid-morning and another smaller peak in the late afternoon. There is no right or wrong chronotype. The key is to know yours. Once you have identified your peak energy window, your golden hours, your single most important productivity strategy is to protect those hours with your life. These 1 to 3 hours of peak biological energy are your most valuable asset as a side hustler. They are the time when you are most capable of doing deep, creative, and cognitively demanding work. This is the time you should dedicate to your most important tasks, writing your core content, developing your product, or making strategic decisions. You must treat this time as a sacred, non-negotiable appointment with your most important client, yourself. This means you must ruthlessly defend your golden hours from the shallow, low-value tasks that constantly try to invade them. During your peak energy window, you do not check your email. You do not scroll through social media. You do not run errands. You do not have pointless meetings. You do those things during your low energy periods, your trough hours, which for many people occur in the mid-afternoon. You pay your bills and answer routine emails when your brain is already a little foggy. You save your pristine high-energy brain power for the work that truly matters. This one simple act of matching your most important tasks to your highest energy windows will have a more dramatic impact on your productivity than any app or organizational system. You will be working in harmony with your natural biology, not fighting against it. You will produce a higher quality of work in a shorter amount of time, which will leave you with more time and energy for rest and recovery. This is the essence of working smarter, not harder. You have identified your golden hours. Now, how do you ensure you actually use that time effectively? This brings us to the next crucial system, time blocking. A to-do list, the tool that most of us use to manage our lives, is a deeply flawed and often counterproductive system. A to-do list is a list of good intentions. It is a collection of things you hope to get done, with no concrete plan for when and where you will do them. This is why, at the end of the day, you often find that you have been busy all day, but you have not made progress on the most important items on your list. You spent the day reacting to urgent but unimportant tasks, putting out small fires, and by the time you had a moment to work on your big project, your energy was gone. A to-do list creates a sense of overwhelming possibility. A long list can induce anxiety and paralysis. We often default to the easiest and quickest tasks on the list, just to get the satisfying dopamine hit of checking something off, while the hard, important work gets pushed to tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next. Time blocking is the antidote to the vague wishing of a to-do list. The principle is simple. Instead of a list of tasks, you use a calendar, and on that calendar, you schedule specific blocks of time for your most important work. A time block is a pre-committed appointment with a single task. It is a declaration that from 9 to 10 in the morning on Tuesday, you are not just going to work on your side hustle. You are going to draft the blog post for this week. This small shift from a vague intention to a specific appointment on your calendar has a profound psychological effect. It turns your intention into a plan. It forces you to confront the reality of how much time you actually have and to make hard choices about what is most important. Your calendar does not lie. You cannot schedule 40 hours of work into a 10-hour window. You are forced to be realistic. Here is how to implement a simple and effective time-blocking system for your side hustle. At the beginning of each week, perhaps on a Sunday evening, you are going to have a weekly planning session. This should take no more than 20 to 30 minutes. First, you will look at your master task list, the one we set up in Notion. You will identify the 2 or 3 most important tasks, the big rocks, that you want to accomplish for your side hustle that week. These are the tasks that will truly move the needle. Second, you will open your calendar. You will look for the empty spaces, the pockets of time you have available. You will find your golden hours, the ones you identified in your energy audit. And then, you will drag those big rocks from your task list and drop them into specific time blocks on your calendar. I recommend you schedule these as 90-minute deep work blocks. This is long enough to get into a state of flow, but not so long that you burn out. During that 90-minute block, you will work on that one task and that one task only. No email, No phone, no distractions. You are treating it with the same seriousness as a doctor's appointment. This system does a few magical things. It eliminates decision fatigue. You no longer have to wake up in the morning and waste precious mental energy trying to decide what to work on. Your calendar has already made that decision for you. All you have to do is execute the plan. It also helps you defeat procrastination. The barrier to starting a big amorphous task like build my website is huge. The barrier to starting a specific, time-bound task like write the text for the About Me section of my website from 9 to 10:30 is much, much smaller. You have broken the intimidating project down into manageable, calendar-sized pieces. Finally, time blocking creates a clear boundary between your side hustle and the rest of your life. When the 90-minute block is over, you are done with that task for the day. You can close your laptop with a sense of accomplishment, knowing that you made real, scheduled progress. This prevents your side hustle from bleeding into every spare moment of your life, which is a major cause of burnout and resentment from your family. Your calendar becomes your boss, and it is a much fairer and more realistic boss than the endless, nagging voice of a to-do list. We have managed our energy and scheduled our time, but as you begin to make progress, a new challenge will emerge. As your side hustle grows, the number of opportunities and demands on your time will also grow. People will ask you to collaborate. They will invite you to be on their podcast. They will ask you for advice. New, shiny ideas for other projects will pop into your head. And if you are not careful, you will fall into the trap of saying yes to everything. We say yes because we do not want to disappoint people. We say yes because we suffer from a fear of missing out, or FOMO. We say yes because the opportunities are flattering. But every time you say yes to one thing, you are implicitly saying no to something else. And often, what you are saying no to is the focused, deep work that is essential for the long-term health of your main project. As the investor Warren Buffett famously said, the difference between successful people and really successful people is that really successful people say no to almost everything. Learning to say a firm, polite no is not a sign of being rude or unhelpful. It is a sign of clarity. It is a declaration that you know what your priorities are and you are willing to protect them. Your time and energy are your most sacred resources. You cannot afford to give them away to every request that comes your way. To make this easier, you need a clear filter for your decisions. Go back to your brand foundation, your mission. Your guiding question for any new opportunity should be, does this directly and significantly move me closer to achieving my core mission? If the answer is not a clear and enthusiastic hell yes, then it should be a polite no, thank you. How do you say no without burning bridges or offending people? You can use a simple, gracious script. It has 3 parts. First, you acknowledge and appreciate the offer. Thank you so much for thinking of me. I am honored that you would consider me for this. Second, you state your no clearly and concisely, without a long, rambling excuse. A simple, honest reason is best. Unfortunately, I'm not able to participate at this time, as I'm focusing all of my energy on my current project. Third, if appropriate, you can offer an alternative or a referral. I am not the right person for this, but you might want to reach out to another person who is excellent at this. This 3-part response is respectful, firm, and helpful. It allows you to protect your boundaries while maintaining a positive relationship. You must also learn to say no to yourself. When a brilliant but distracting new idea pops into your head, do not immediately act on it. Capture it in your Notion headquarters under a list called Someday Maybe. This honors the idea without letting it derail your current focus. Your ability to say no is directly proportional to your ability to achieve your most important goals. Even with the best systems in place, there will be days when you feel tired, unmotivated, and overwhelmed. On these days, you will be tempted by the siren song of perfectionism. You will look at the 90-minute block on your calendar for write the next chapter of my ebook, and you will feel so much pressure to make it perfect that you will not even start. This is where we must revisit and internalize the mantra from our first chapter. Done is better than perfect, but we are going to add a new layer to it, specifically for the context of time management. We are going to adopt a philosophy of setting a good enough goal for each work session. Before you start a work block, I want you to ask yourself, what would a successful but imperfect outcome for this session look like? You are giving yourself permission in advance to not hit a home run. You are just trying to get on base. For the Write the Next Chapter block, a perfect outcome might be a flawlessly written 2,000-word chapter. A good enough outcome might be to just write a terrible, messy first draft of 500 words. Or it might be to simply create a detailed outline for the chapter. By setting a realistic, low-pressure target, you dramatically lower the barrier to getting started. You are just trying to lay one brick. You are not trying to build the entire wall today. This philosophy is also critical for managing the expectations you have for yourself. You are building this side hustle in the margins of your life, in the evenings and on the weekends. You cannot expect the same level of output as someone who is working on their business full-time. You must be kind to yourself. You must celebrate small wins. Did you manage to get in 2 90-minute deep work sessions this week? That is a huge victory. Did you write 1 social media post? Fantastic. The goal is not perfection. The goal is consistency. A small amount of imperfect progress, compounded over weeks and months, will lead to extraordinary results. Do not let the pursuit of the perfect output prevent you from putting in a good enough input. We have now covered several strategies for maximizing your output of productive energy, but this is only half of the equation, and it is the less important half, the most overlooked and yet most critical component of a sustainable productivity system is the deliberate, strategic, and unapologetic practice of rest. We live in a culture that glorifies hustle and equates busyness with importance. We wear our exhaustion like a badge of honor. This is a recipe for disaster. Rest is not a sign of weakness, it is a biological necessity. Rest is not the opposite of work, it is the partner of work. It is during periods of rest and recovery that your brain consolidates learning, your body repairs itself, and your creative insights are born. A well-rested mind is a more creative, resilient, and productive mind. You cannot pour from an empty cup. If you are constantly draining your energy reserves without replenishing them, you are on a fast track to burnout. Therefore, you must schedule your rest with the same seriousness and discipline with which you schedule your work. Look at your calendar for the coming week. The first things you should put on it are not your work blocks. The first things you should schedule are your recovery rituals. What are the activities that truly recharge you? This is deeply personal. For one person, it might be a long run in nature. For another, it might be reading a novel in a quiet room. It could be playing a musical instrument, cooking a meal with your family, taking a long bath, or even playing a video game. The key is that the activity must be fully absorbing and completely disconnected from your work. Scrolling through social media is not rest. It is a low-quality distraction that often drains more energy than it provides. Watching the news is not rest. True rest is restorative. I want you to schedule at least 3 30 to 60-minute blocks of this kind of restorative activity on your calendar each week. And you must treat these appointments as non-negotiable. They are as important as any client meeting. Furthermore, you must schedule 1 full day each week where you do absolutely no work on your side hustle. I recommend a digital Sabbath, a 24-hour period where you not only disconnect from your side hustle, but you also try to disconnect from screens as much as possible. This is a day for being present with your family, for being in nature, for hobbies, for play. This weekly day of true disconnection is not a luxury. It is a requirement for long-term creativity and sustainability. Some of your best ideas for your side hustle will come to you on this day off, when you are in the shower or out for a walk, precisely because you have given your conscious mind a break and allowed your subconscious to go to work. The temptation will be strong to just do a little bit of work on your day off. You must resist. The discipline to rest is just as important as the discipline to work. Finally, we must talk about the foundation of all energy: sleep. You cannot hack your way out of a sleep deficit. Sleep is when your brain cleans itself, consolidates memories, and regulates your mood. Consistently getting less than 7 hours of sleep a night has been scientifically proven to impair your cognitive function, your creativity, and your emotional resilience to the same degree as being legally drunk. You would never try to do your deep creative work while intoxicated. Yet many of us try to do it every day, in a state of chronic sleep deprivation. Prioritizing your sleep is not a soft self-care platitude. It is a hard-nosed performance enhancement strategy. If you want to have the energy to build a side hustle on top of your full-time job, you must make sleep a non-negotiable priority. This means establishing a consistent sleep schedule, creating a dark, cool and quiet sleep environment, and having a relaxing wind-down routine in the hour before bed that does not involve screens. Protecting your sleep is the single most effective thing you can do to increase your daily energy and fight off burnout. The journey of a side hustler is a marathon of consistency, not a sprint of intensity. The strategies in this chapter, managing your energy, time blocking, learning to say no, embracing imperfection, and scheduling your rest, are not just about getting more done. They are about creating a system that allows you to show up week after week with the energy, focus, and enthusiasm required to build something meaningful. You are a juggler, and these are the techniques that will allow you to keep all the balls in the air without dropping the most important ones: your health, your happiness, and your passion for the journey. You are building a business, but you are also building a life. The goal is to create a system where both can thrive. Now that you have the tools to manage your own workflow and energy, what happens when your side hustle starts to succeed? What happens when the demand for your work begins to exceed the number of hours you have available? This is a wonderful problem to have, and it is the first sign that you are ready to scale. In the next chapter, we will explore the first steps of scaling, moving from being a hustler to becoming a system builder. Chapter 9, the first scaling step, from hustler to system builder. There will come a point on your side hustle journey. If you are consistent and you provide real value when something magical and terrifying begins to happen, you will start to get busy, really busy. The trickle of inquiries will turn into a steady stream. Your content will start to gain traction, bringing in new leads while you sleep. You will look at your calendar, and it will be filled with client work and deadlines. You will look at your business bank account, and for the first time, it will contain a meaningful amount of money. This is the moment you have been dreaming of. This is the proof that your idea has legs, that you have successfully created something the world wants. It is a time for celebration, and it is also a time of great danger. This is the point where many successful side hustles die, not from a lack of demand, but from an excess of it. The very success of the venture becomes the thing that breaks it. You will find yourself working every evening, sacrificing your weekends and saying yes to every opportunity because you are afraid to lose momentum. Your passion project will start to feel like a relentless, all-consuming second job. The joy of creation will be replaced by the stress of fulfillment. You will have hit a new ceiling, but this time, the ceiling is not a lack of ideas or customers. The ceiling is you. There is only one of you. There are only 24 hours in your day. You have reached the absolute limit of what you can accomplish as a solo hustler, a lone wolf trading your personal time for money. At this critical juncture, you have a choice to make. You can continue to hustle harder, pushing yourself towards inevitable burnout and a plateau in your income, or you can make a fundamental shift in your identity. You can evolve from being a hustler, the person who does all the work, to becoming a system builder, the person who designs the machine that does the work. This is the first crucial step of scaling. It is the process of moving from being the business to building a business that can eventually run without you. This chapter is your guide to making that transition. We are going to explore the 3 foundational pillars of scaling your one-person operation: automation, delegation, and repurposing. We will talk about how to identify the tasks that are draining your time, how to build simple automated workflows to handle them, how to make your very first hire, even if it is just for a few hours a month, and how to create your content and your intellectual property in a way that allows you to work smarter, not harder. This is the moment where you start to think like a true CEO, not just a talented freelancer. It is the moment where you stop just working in your business and start working on your business. This is how you break through your personal ceiling and build something with the potential for true, sustainable growth. The very first principle of scaling is this: automate before you delegate. The temptation when you get busy is to immediately think, I need to hire someone to help me. This is often a mistake. Hiring a person to perform a messy, inefficient, or undocumented process does not solve the underlying problem. It just makes the messy process slightly faster, and it adds the new complexity of managing another human being. Before you ever consider bringing another person into your workflow, your first job is to systematize and automate as much as possible. Automation is the process of using technology to perform repetitive, rule-based tasks that do not require human creativity or strategic thinking. Every hour of work that you can successfully hand over to a robot is an hour that you get back to focus on the high-value work that only a human, only you, can do. Your first step in this process is to become a ruthless detective of your own work habits. For 1 full week, I want you to keep a task log. In a simple notebook or a Notion page, I want you to write down every single task you do for your side hustle. Be brutally granular. Do not just write "worked on client project." Write down "spent 15 minutes searching for the client's files," "spent 30 minutes formatting the final report," "spent 10 minutes creating and sending the invoice." You are trying to identify the small, recurring, low-value tasks that are eating up your precious time. These are the tasks that make you think, there has to be a better way to do this. These are your prime candidates for automation. Once you have your list, you are going to look for patterns. What are the tasks you do over and over again? A few common culprits for solo entrepreneurs are things like scheduling meetings, sending follow-up emails, posting on social media, creating invoices, and onboarding new clients. These tasks are necessary, but they do not require your unique creative genius. They are systems work, and systems can be automated. Let us take the example of scheduling meetings. How many emails does it typically take to schedule one call with a potential client? You send an email suggesting a few times. They reply that none of those times work. You send another email with more options. This back and forth can easily waste 15 to 20 minutes of your time for every single meeting you book. This is a perfect task for automation. A simple tool like Calendly or SavvyCal can solve this problem permanently. You set up the tool by connecting it to your calendar and defining your availability. Then you just send a single link to your client. They see all of your available time slots in their own time zone. They pick one, and the event is automatically added to both of your calendars. You have just replaced a 10-email chain with a single link. You have automated the entire process. This one simple tool can save you hours every single month. Another area ripe for automation is email. Are there certain emails you find yourself writing over and over again? The welcome email to a new client, the follow-up email after a discovery call, the reminder email about an upcoming deadline. Most email providers, including the free version of Gmail, allow you to create canned responses or templates. You can write the perfect version of that email once, save it as a template, and then insert it into a new message with 2 clicks. This ensures consistency and quality in your communications and saves you from retyping the same information repeatedly. You can take this a step further with email marketing platforms like MailChimp or ConvertKit, which allow you to create automated email sequences. For example, when someone signs up for your newsletter, you can have a pre-written series of 3 welcome emails that are automatically sent to them over the course of a week, introducing them to your brand and your best content. The true superpower of automation, however, comes from a category of tools known as integrators. The most popular of these is Zapier. Zapier is like a digital translator that allows different web applications to talk to each other. It works on a simple, when this happens, do that logic. You can create automated workflows, or zaps, without writing a single line of code. The possibilities are almost endless. For example, you could create a zap that says, when a new person fills out the contact form on my website, automatically create a new row for them in my client tracker spreadsheet in Google Sheets, and then automatically send me a text message to notify me. Or, when I publish a new blog post on my website, automatically create a social media post with the title and a link and share it to my LinkedIn and Twitter profiles. These are simple automations that can each save you 5 to 10 minutes every single time they run. Compounded over a year, these small-time savings add up to dozens, if not hundreds of hours, that you can now reinvest into higher-value activities. Your mission, before you even think about hiring, is to identify and automate at least 3 repetitive tasks in your business. By building these simple robotic assistants, you are creating leverage, You are creating a system that works for you, even when you are not working. You have automated everything that can be automated. You have streamlined your processes. And yet you are still overwhelmed. The volume of work is simply too much for one person to handle. This is a wonderful sign. It means your business is healthy and growing. It is now and only now that you are ready to consider the second pillar of scaling, delegation. Delegation is the act of entrusting a task or a project to another person. For many entrepreneurs, this is a huge psychological leap. It requires letting go of control. It requires trusting someone else with a piece of your precious business. We tell ourselves things like, "It would just be faster to do it myself," or "No one can do it as well as I can." These are the lies of the micromanager, and they will keep your business small forever. The truth is, there are many tasks in your business that you are not the best person to be doing. Your unique genius lies in a few specific areas: in the core creative work, in the high-level strategy, and in building relationships with your customers. Everything else is a potential candidate for delegation. Your first hire is almost certainly not going to be a full-time employee. Your first hire will be a freelance virtual assistant, or a VA. A virtual assistant is an independent contractor who provides administrative, technical, or creative assistance to clients remotely. They are the secret weapon of successful online entrepreneurs. You can hire a VA for as little as 5 or 10 hours a month to start. The impact that even a few hours of skilled help can have on your business and on your sanity is profound. So what can a VA do for you? Let us go back to your task log. We have already identified the repetitive tasks and automated them. Now I want you to look for the tasks that cannot be automated, but that do not require your unique expertise. These are tasks that are important, but that you are not particularly good at, or that you simply hate doing. These are your delegation candidates. Common tasks to delegate to a VA include things like managing your email inbox, filtering out the junk, and flagging the important messages. They can handle your social media scheduling, taking the content you have created and loading it into a scheduling tool. They can do research for you, like compiling a list of potential podcasts to pitch yourself to as a guest. They can handle basic customer service inquiries. They can perform data entry, like updating your financial spreadsheet. They can even take on more creative tasks, like editing your podcast audio or creating your social media graphics based on the templates you have created. The key is to start small. Choose one single, well-defined, recurring task that is draining your energy and delegate it first. So where do you find these magical people? There are many online marketplaces dedicated to connecting businesses with freelance talent. Some of the most popular are Upwork and Fiverr. On these platforms, you can post a job description and have freelancers from all over the world apply. This gives you a huge pool of talent to choose from, often at very affordable rates. Another great option is to look for VAs who specialize in your specific industry. There are many boutique agencies and communities for VAs who specialize in working with coaches, with e-commerce sellers, or with creative entrepreneurs. You can often find them by asking for referrals in the online communities where you and your peers hang out. Once you have found a few promising candidates, the next step is a short interview, a simple video call. You're not just assessing their skills, you are assessing their communication style, their reliability, and whether you have a good personal chemistry. Remember, this person will be an important part of your team even if they are only working a few hours a month. When you have chosen your VA, it is time to set them up for success. This is where most people fail at delegation. They just throw a task at someone with a vague instruction and then get frustrated when the result is not what they expected. To delegate effectively, you must be a great manager. And being a great manager means providing crystal clear instructions and creating excellent documentation. This brings us to the concept of creating your second brain for your business, a central repository for all of your processes. For every task you plan to delegate, you must create a standard operating procedure, or an SOP. This sounds complicated, but it can be incredibly simple. The easiest way to create an SOP is to use a screen recording tool like Loom. Loom is a free tool that allows you to record your screen and your voice at the same time. To create the SOP for scheduling your social media posts, you would simply start a new Loom recording, and then you would perform the task yourself, step by step, while explaining what you are doing out loud. First, I open our content calendar in Notion. Then, I copy the text for Monday's post. Then I open our scheduling tool and create a new post. This 5-minute video is now a perfect, reusable training asset. Your VA can watch it as many times as they need to. It is 1,000 times more effective than a written document. You should create a shared folder, perhaps in Google Drive or Notion, called Company SOPs, and you should save all of these training videos there. This becomes your company's operational playbook. Not only does this ensure your first VA is successful, but it also makes it incredibly easy to train future team members. You are not just delegating a task, you are building a system that anyone can follow. Your first hire is a huge step. It is a sign that your side hustle is maturing into a real business. It is the first step in creating leverage through people, and it is the only way to grow beyond the limits of your own time. We have talked about creating leverage through technology with automation and through people with delegation. The third and final pillar of scaling is about creating leverage through your ideas and your content. It is the art of repurposing. The fundamental principle is this: create once, distribute forever. Many side hustlers are on a content hamster wheel. They feel the pressure to create something brand new for every platform, every single day. They write a blog post, then they try to think of a completely new idea for an Instagram post, then another new idea for a newsletter. This is exhausting and inefficient. A system builder, on the other hand, understands that a single, well-crafted piece of content is not a disposable asset. It is a valuable piece of intellectual property that can be sliced, diced, and repackaged in a dozen different ways. Let us say your primary content platform is a blog, and you spend 3 hours writing a well-researched 2,000-word article. This is your pillar piece of content. A hustler would publish it and then move on to thinking about the next one. A system builder would see this pillar content as the raw material for at least 10 other pieces of content. Your first step is to atomize the pillar content. You would go through the article and pull out the 10 most interesting, surprising, or tweetable sentences. Each one of those is now a separate tweet. You would then take the 3 main sections of the blog post and turn each one into a script for a short 1-minute educational video for TikTok or Instagram Reels. You could then take the core idea of the article and record a slightly different, more conversational version of it as a 10-minute podcast episode or YouTube video. You could then take the introduction to the article, add a personal story, and send it out as your weekly email newsletter with a link back to the full post. You could take the key bullet points and design them into a beautiful, shareable infographic using Canva. You could even take a collection of your 5 most popular blog posts on a similar topic, bundle them together, add a new introduction and conclusion, and sell it as a cheap ebook. Do you see the power of this? From one single act of creation, you have generated a week's worth or even a month's worth of content for all of your different channels. You are not starting from a blank page every day. You are simply finding new and creative ways to say your core message, tailored to the specific format of each platform. This approach not only saves you an enormous amount of time, but it also reinforces your core message. Your audience starts to see your key ideas repeated in different formats, which helps them to learn and remember what you stand out for. It makes your brand more cohesive and your expertise more apparent. To make this system work, you need to incorporate it into your workflow. When you are creating your pillar piece of content, I want you to start thinking about its repurposing potential from the very beginning. As you are writing your blog post, you can have a separate document open where you are already pasting the sentences that would make great tweets. When you are outlining your YouTube video, you can already be thinking about how each section could be a standalone short video. This becomes a part of your creation process. You can even delegate the execution of this. You could create the pillar piece of content yourself, and then you could hand it over to your virtual assistant with a simple SOP that says, "Please take this blog post and create 10 quote graphics for Instagram based on the highlighted sentences." You are the creative director, and your team, both human and robotic, is handling the distribution. This is the essence of working smarter, not harder. It is how you create a prolific, omnipresent brand without working 100 hours a week. It is how you scale your voice and your impact far beyond what you could ever achieve on your own. The transition from hustler to system builder is a journey of letting go. It is about letting go of the belief that you have to do everything yourself. It is about letting go of the small, repetitive tasks and trusting technology to handle them. It is about letting go of control and trusting a team member to support you. It is about letting go of the need to create something new every second and trusting in the power of your core ideas. Each step you take on this journey, whether it is setting up your first automation, hiring your first VA, or repurposing your first piece of content, you are buying yourself a piece of your most valuable asset, your freedom. You are buying the freedom to focus on the work you love. You are buying the freedom to think and to strategize. And you are buying the freedom to build a side hustle that serves your life, instead of a life that serves your side hustle. This is not just a path to more income, it is a path to more peace, more creativity, and more impact. You have built a strong foundation. You have weathered the initial storms. You are now laying the groundwork for a structure that can truly stand the test of time. But what does the future of that structure look like? What is the ultimate goal of all this work? In our final chapter, we will look to the horizon and explore the different paths your side hustle can take, and what the future might hold for creators and entrepreneurs like you. Chapter 10. The Horizon. What's next for you and your hustle? We have traveled a long way together. We began with a flicker of an idea, a quiet whisper in the back of your mind that there might be something more. We transformed that whisper into a roar of action. We systematically dismantled the mental roadblocks that hold so many people back, giving you the permission and the confidence to begin. We built an idea factory, constructing a viable business concept from the raw materials of your unique passions and skills. We subjected that idea to the rigors of the real world, testing and validating it before you wasted a moment of your precious time. We gave that idea an identity, building a simple, authentic brand with a name, a voice, and a face. We assembled a modern, powerful toolkit, your digital workshop for the 21st century. We redefined marketing as an act of service, creating a roadmap to find your first true fans with generosity and integrity. We conquered the fear of money, building a clear and confident financial foundation for your venture. We learned to juggle the demands on your time and energy, creating a sustainable system for productivity that honors the necessity of rest. And in the last chapter, we took the first crucial steps to scale, evolving your identity from a solo hustler to a strategic system builder. You have built something real. It is no longer just a dream. It is a living, breathing entity with customers, with a brand, with systems, and with revenue. You are standing on a new plateau, a vantage point you may have once thought was impossibly distant. And as you stand here, catching your breath and surveying the landscape you have traversed, a new question begins to emerge. It is no longer, how do I start, or how do I survive? The question now is, where do I go from here? You have built a powerful engine. Now you must decide where you want to drive it. The path forward is not a single, predetermined road. It is a branching series of possibilities, each with its own unique destination, its own challenges, and its own rewards. Your journey as a side hustler is about to enter its next and most exciting phase. It is the phase of intentional choice. You are no longer just reacting and building. You are now in a position to consciously design the role you want this business to play in your life. This final chapter is your map to that horizon. We will explore the three primary paths you can choose to follow, the different shapes your success can take. We will look at the emerging trends that will shape the world of work and entrepreneurship in the coming years, helping you to not just build for today, but to prepare for tomorrow. And finally, we will reflect on the true purpose of this entire journey, the profound internal transformation that has occurred along the way, a transformation that is far more valuable than any dollar amount in your bank account. The first, and for many people the most appealing path forward, is what I call the lifestyle booster. This is a conscious and deliberate choice to keep your side hustle small, manageable, and joyful. On this path, the primary goal of your business is not world domination or explosive growth. The goal is to enhance your current life. It is to generate a meaningful stream of income that provides you with more freedom, more fun, and less financial stress, all without disrupting the stability and security of your primary career. This is a path of integration, not replacement. You are not trying to escape your day job, you are trying to enrich it. The lifestyle booster side hustle is the one that pays for your family's annual vacation to the beach in cash. It is the one that allows you to pay off your car loan 2 years early. It is the one that funds your children's college savings accounts or allows you to max out your retirement contributions. It is the one that gives you the freedom to go to a nice dinner without checking your bank balance, or to buy that beautiful piece of furniture you have been dreaming of, guilt-free. It is a powerful engine of financial peace of mind. Choosing this path is a sign of wisdom and self-awareness. It is a rejection of the pervasive hustle culture narrative that insists that every business must be constantly scaling and that if you are not growing, you are dying. This is a lie. There is immense power and dignity in building something that is simply big enough. What does a lifestyle booster business look like in practice? It is often a highly focused niche service business. It is the freelance writer who works with a small curated list of 5 to 10 ideal clients, charging premium rates and working no more than 10 hours a week. It is the personal trainer who keeps their client roster intentionally small so they can provide a deeply personalized high-touch service. It is the creator who runs a small paid community or newsletter for a dedicated group of a few hundred true fans, a venture that is profitable and fulfilling but does not demand a massive content creation machine. The key to succeeding on this path is to become a master of setting boundaries. You must be ruthless about defining the size and scope of your business. You will learn to say no to projects that are not a perfect fit, even if the money is good. You will develop a waiting list for new clients instead of immediately trying to expand your capacity. You will prioritize profitability over raw revenue growth. A business that makes $50,000 a year with a 90% profit margin and takes 5 hours a week to run is, for many, a far better lifestyle business than one that makes $200,000 in revenue but has massive overhead and requires 40 hours a week of your time. On this path, your primary metrics of success are not growth charts. They are your own levels of happiness, freedom, and fulfillment. You will continue to refine your systems, automating and delegating the small, annoying tasks so that the few hours you do spend on your business are spent doing the work you truly love. The lifestyle booster is a beautiful and valid choice. It is the path of building a side hustle that serves your life, not the other way around. It is a model of sustainable, joyful, and profitable creativity. The second path is the one that often captures our imagination. It is the one we see in the headlines and the inspiring success stories. This is the escape velocity path. On this path, the side hustle is not an addition to your current life. It is the seed of a new one. The goal is to intentionally grow the business to a point where its income is stable and significant enough to replace and eventually exceed the income from your full-time job. This is the path for the entrepreneur who has discovered that their side project is not just a passion, but a calling. It is for the person who feels a fundamental misalignment with their current career and sees their side hustle as the vehicle for building a life of greater autonomy, impact, and creative control. This is the journey from side hustler to full-time founder. It is a path of high risk, high reward, and profound personal transformation. Making the leap from the security of a steady paycheck to the uncertainty of full-time entrepreneurship is one of the biggest financial and emotional decisions you will ever make. It is not something to be done on a whim or a prayer. It requires careful, deliberate planning. So what are the signs that you might be ready to start preparing for escape velocity? The first and most important signal is consistent, predictable revenue. You are not just having a few good months. You have at least 6 and preferably 12 consecutive months of income from your side hustle that is equal to or greater than your essential living expenses. Notice I did not say equal to your current salary. I said equal to your essential living expenses. You need to know with confidence that the business can at least keep the lights on and food on the table. The second signal is a strong, diversified pipeline of new customers or clients. Your income is not dependent on 1 or 2 whale clients who could leave at any moment. You have a marketing and sales system, however simple, that is consistently bringing in new leads. You have a wait list of potential clients. You have a growing audience or email list that you can market new products to. You have evidence that the demand for your work is not just a fluke, but a sustainable trend. The third signal is what I call the pain of constraint. You are at a point where you are consistently having to turn down good, profitable work because you simply do not have the time. Your side hustle is bursting at the seams. You know with deep certainty that if you had an extra 20 or 30 hours a week to dedicate to it, you could significantly increase its revenue and impact. The frustration of not being able to seize these opportunities becomes greater than the fear of leaving your job. If you are seeing these signals, it is time to start building your launchpad. This involves two key components. The first is building a financial runway. This is a dedicated savings account that contains at least 6 to 12 months of your essential living expenses. This is your safety net. This is the cash that will allow you to sleep at night during the inevitable slow months of your first year in business. It is the buffer that gives you the freedom to make long-term strategic decisions, not short-term desperate ones. Building this runway while you still have your day job is the single most important thing you can do to de-risk the leap. The second component of your launchpad is a transition plan. This might involve a conversation with your current employer. Perhaps you can transition from a full-time role to a part-time or contract role for a few months, giving you a smoother off-ramp. Your plan should also include a clear set of goals and a simple business plan for your first 6 months of being full-time. What will you do with all of that newfound time? Will you focus on building a new product? Will you focus on expanding your marketing efforts? Having a clear plan will help you overcome the initial shock and potential paralysis of your newfound freedom. The escape velocity path is not for everyone. It is a challenging and demanding road. But for those who are called to it, it is the path to building a career and a life that is a true and complete expression of their own vision and values. There is a third and increasingly popular path that offers a compelling blend of the first two. This is the hybrid model. On this path, you also grow your business to a point where it could, in theory, replace your day job. But instead of making the leap to full-time entrepreneurship, you choose to keep the security and benefits of your day job while transforming your side hustle into a highly automated, system-driven business that runs with a minimal amount of your direct, weekly involvement. This is the path for the person who enjoys the intellectual challenge and social connection of their primary career, but who also wants to build a significant, scalable asset on the side. This is the model of the modern polymath, the person who thrives on having a diverse portfolio of interests and income streams. The key to making the hybrid model work is an obsession with systems and delegation. This is where the principles we discussed in the last chapter are taken to their logical extreme. The goal is to systematically remove yourself from every aspect of the business that is not your absolute unique genius. You are not just delegating the $10 an hour tasks, you are delegating the $50 and $100 an hour tasks as well. Your role in the business evolves from being the creator to being the architect and the creative director. You might hire a freelance project manager to handle all the day-to-day client communication. You might hire a team of contractors to handle the content creation or the product fulfillment. You might invest in more sophisticated automation software to run your marketing and sales funnels on autopilot. Your job becomes a few hours a week of high-level strategic thinking, of setting the vision for the business, and of managing your team. The business becomes a well-oiled machine that generates income largely independent of your time. A great example of the hybrid model is the software developer, who enjoys their high-paying job at a tech company, but who builds a small software as a service, or SaaS, application on the side that solves a specific niche problem. The business might generate an extra $10,000 a month in recurring revenue, but the coding, customer support, and marketing are all largely automated or outsourced. Another example is the author who keeps their day job as a professor, but who has built a back catalog of books that generate a steady stream of passive income through royalties, with a virtual assistant managing their author platform and marketing. The hybrid model requires a significant upfront investment of time and energy to build the systems, but once those systems are in place, it offers a remarkable combination of security and freedom. It allows you to have the best of both worlds, the stability and benefits of a traditional career, and the financial and creative rewards of a scalable, semi-passive business. Lifestyle booster, escape velocity, hybrid model. These are three very different destinations. There is no one right path. The right path is the one that aligns with your personal definition of success, your tolerance for risk, and the kind of life you truly want to build. I want you to spend some time this week reflecting on these three paths. Which one resonates most deeply with you right now? Write it down. Having a clear vision for your destination will make all of your day-to-day decisions easier. It will help you decide which opportunities to pursue and which to decline. It will give you a North Star to navigate by as you continue your journey. As we look to that horizon, it is also essential to understand the changing landscape of the world we are building in. The forces that are shaping the economy and the world of work in 2026 and beyond present both immense challenges and unprecedented opportunities for the solo entrepreneur. Understanding these trends will allow you to build a business that is not just relevant today, but resilient for tomorrow. The first and most significant trend is the continued and accelerating rise of the creator economy. More and more, individuals are realizing that they can build a career and a business directly on the back of their own expertise, personality, and audience. The traditional gatekeepers, the publishing houses, the record labels, the movie studios are becoming less and less relevant. Trust is shifting from faceless corporations to individual, relatable human beings. This means that the personal brand you have started to build is your single most valuable asset. Your unique voice, your story, and the direct relationship you have with your audience are things that cannot be easily copied or automated. The future belongs to those who can build a loyal, engaged community around a shared set of values and interests. The second major trend is the move towards hyper-niche communities. The internet has allowed people with even the most obscure interests to find each other and form vibrant communities. The era of the one-size-fits-all blockbuster product is waning. The future is in serving the long tail, the countless small, passionate niches that are currently underserved by large corporations. This is a massive opportunity for side hustlers. You do not need to create a product for everyone. In fact, it is better if you do not. The more specific and niche your audience is, the easier it will be to connect with them, to understand their problems, and to become their trusted go-to expert. Are you a knitter who specializes in using only sustainably sourced hand-dyed wool? That is a powerful niche. Are you a financial advisor who works exclusively with freelance musicians? That is a powerful niche. The riches are, and will continue to be, in the niches. The third, and most technologically driven trend, is the rise of AI-powered personalization. We have already discussed how you can use AI as your creative partner, but in the coming years, AI will also allow you to create deeply personalized experiences for your customers at scale. Imagine a future where your online course can dynamically adapt its curriculum based on a student's learning style and progress. Imagine a world where your email newsletter can automatically send articles and recommendations that are perfectly tailored to each individual subscriber's interests. This level of personalization, which was once only available to giants like Amazon and Netflix, will become accessible to solo creators. The businesses that will thrive will be the ones that use these tools not to become more robotic, but to become more human, to create a sense of a one-to-one relationship with every single customer. Finally, in a world that is becoming increasingly digital, automated, and virtual, the value of authentic human connection is going to skyrocket. People are craving realness, vulnerability, and a sense of belonging now more than ever. This is a trend that the solo side hustler is uniquely positioned to capitalize on. You are not a faceless corporation. You are a person. You can show up on a video call and have a real conversation. You can write a newsletter that feels like a personal letter from a friend. You can build a small community where people feel seen and heard. Do not try to compete with the big companies on their terms, on price, or on features. Compete on your humanity. Your empathy, your vulnerability, and your ability to create genuine connection are your ultimate, unassailable competitive advantages. The future of business is human. We have reached the end of our journey through the practical, step-by-step process of building your side hustle from scratch. We have covered the mindset, the ideas, the branding, the tools, the marketing, the money, the productivity, and the scaling. You have the complete roadmap. But before we part ways, I want to leave you with one final and most important reflection. I want you to think back to the person you were when you first started this book. Think about the doubts, the fears, and the uncertainties you might have had. Now, think about the person you are today. You have taken a vague dream, and you have turned it into a concrete plan. You have faced the fear of rejection, and you have talked to real customers. You have built a brand, you have set up systems, you have created something of value from nothing. The business you have built is a remarkable achievement, but it is only a byproduct. It is the external manifestation of a much deeper, more profound transformation. The real product of this entire journey is you. This was never just about the money. The extra income is wonderful, but it is not the true prize. The true prize is the person you have become in the process of building this thing. The true prize is the confidence you have gained. You have proven to yourself that you can take an idea from your mind and make it real in the world. You have learned to be a marketer, a salesperson, a strategist, and a leader. You have developed a resilience that can only be forged in the fires of trying, failing, and trying again. You have cultivated a sense of agency over your own life, the powerful realization that you are not just a passive passenger, but the driver of your own destiny. You have discovered that you do not have to wait for someone to give you permission or to choose you. You can choose yourself. This is the real goal. The side hustle is simply the gymnasium where you have been building these new muscles of confidence, creativity, and self-reliance. These are muscles that will serve you for the rest of your life, in every area of your life long after this specific business has evolved or changed. You have learned the process of creation. You now have a repeatable system for turning ideas into reality. This is a superpower. You are no longer just a consumer of the world. You are an active creator and contributor to it. You have built something that is uniquely yours, a small corner of the world that bears your signature, that reflects your values, and that makes a genuine difference in the lives of the people you have chosen to serve. The future of your hustle is unwritten. You may choose to keep it as a joyful lifestyle booster. You may choose to take the leap and go all in. You may choose to build it into a sophisticated, automated machine. The path you choose is up to you. But what is certain is that you have been fundamentally changed by the journey. You have the skills, you have the mindset, and you have the proof. The horizon is wide open, and you are ready for whatever comes next. Conclusion and the next step. You have made it to the end of this book, but you are at the very beginning of an incredible journey. You now have the mindset, the tools, and the roadmap. You know how to find an idea, test it, brand it, market it, and manage it without losing your mind. The gap between where you are and where you want to be is no longer a giant, scary canyon. It is just a series of small, manageable steps. The most important thing you can do now is take the first one. Do not just listen to these words. Act on them. Pick one thing from Chapter 2 and do it this week. Test one idea using the framework in Chapter 3. That is it. Small, imperfect action. This journey of building something for yourself can sometimes feel lonely, but it does not have to be. The conversation and the learning do not stop when this audio ends. This is an ongoing process of growth, experimentation, and discovery. If you want to continue learning with a community of fellow creators and builders, to get updated strategies as the world changes, and to stay motivated along the way, then I invite you to join the ongoing conversation over at the Audio Waves channel on YouTube. We explore these topics every single week together. Thank you for listening. Now go build something amazing.